Oh,
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to Up Late with G and friends. We have the co-host in here already, and we're also streaming to Mark Shed Talk.
G'day, everyone.
all right. Oh, good. Good.
So there you go, and obviously we have the lovely Mrs. Austin and the legendary Royal Prawn himself. How are we?
All right.
Before we get into it, maybe we'll go through the chat. So hello, Cody. Said he won't be joining us tonight. So I hope you have a good night. Stalsy, appreciate you for sticking with us, Stalsy. We was just linking Mark's YouTube channel, so he's streaming as well, and we tried to do that with Roger, but we had a few issues. But that's all good.
Yeah,
We'll get sorted next time. And also we have Becky. Welcome, Becky. So there you go. We have 6 people. Well, it just jumped up from 6 to 9 and Funkin' Hungry. Welcome, everyone. We have Steam Train Mark on his X and Mark Shed Talk on his YouTube. There you go.
Yeah, I thought, why not? Let's spread our wings and spread far and wide.
That's it. So what's been happening this week, everyone? Probably the biggest news I saw is Elon Musk wants to buy Marvel off Disney.
Is it Marvel? I thought he wanted to buy like whole of Disney. I just watched a video beforehand.
Okay, there's probably a bit of confusion. It said Marvel, the article I was reading. But yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if I trust him with all of Disney. Some of those kids' cartoons. I don't know if I trust him with some of that, but
you could guarantee that South Park could do something with it.
Oh yeah, they're probably already writing. They're probably writing an Elon Musk episode already.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure The Simpsons has already done something about it, right? They're always the ones that are like 8 years ahead.
Yeah, I do remember Elon Musk being in South Park. I can't remember exactly why, but they're probably usually they're spot on.
That was the lizard people one. That was the lizard people one. He was like the superhero, like shooting everyone, like Jason Statham.
Yeah,
he was chasing down lizard people.
Him and Zuckerberg, they kind of remind me of robot lizard people. Hey, Sakal, how are you? You have one person on the G. The numbers are just flying around tonight.
Up and down.
I've got one person over on my channel, and that's probably me watching. Because everyone's
watching Mark Shed Talk.
Hi, Mark. Oh, why not?
You need to have the multiple cameras so Mark can have a conversation with himself. How are you, Mark?
I have one YouTube account set up watching one, and then another YouTube account set up watching another on my laptop at the same time.
That's very nice.
Work the system. I was like, maybe I should go log in on Ryan's phone and make him watch something while it's just sitting over there. Yeah.
I'll be interested when Roger links his as well, and if Mrs. Austin links hers as well, it'll just be just all sorts of numbers jumping around. Well, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, I had to go add some. I had to go do a like and a comment on everybody's. I noticed. Well, I was giggling because I was like looking for the G channel one, and I'm like, "Where's it?" And then I was like, "Wait!" Clicked on it and pushed like, and I was like, "Wait, this is Mark Shed Talk. What the heck?" I was like, "What? Now I gotta leave a message. Can't leave without leaving a comment." Then I was like, "You know what? I'll watch Mark's and I'll watch." You said that this channel, the Funkin' Hungry channel, needed some hours, so I was like, "Okay, I'll watch that one." And then after it's over, I'll just put the G channel one on replay and then have it play. And like,
basically, much hours up. Gee, that is.
It says paired. Styles is one.
Yeah, it says paired.
It must be what they say for
the top chat.
The guest account. You know, like they're telling me that it's on another channel.
Oh yeah. That would make sense.
What Paired is.
That's cool though. That's I like how informative Restream is. I'm irritated that I can't size them because I want to size my face smaller, and like when I'm singing or doing content, I want to show my content, damn near the whole page. And I want to show my pictures, like I am small right now. I want to, like that instead of
my minions.
Start doing an NSYNC dance. Yeah.
Well,
look who we have here. We have Paired Mark. Hi everyone on his X account.
Well, it's looking.
That means I can.
It's looking good over there. It's a little bit behind in terms of the stream, but it's looking pretty good. I mean, my.
Oh no, not that far.
People who follow me.
I just sent that.
There's not many people who follow me, but they might click on it and go, what are these twats up to?
Oh yeah, and everyone done that. Because my number just went down. They're like, oh yeah, these twats talking a little bit.
I do have an X account, but I've forgot my password.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I forgot my password. Literally, forgot my password.
No, we're not going to leave you out, Mrs. Austin.
I've got so many accounts. When I tried to get into X last time, I must have used a different email because it gave me such a random username as well. It's like, are you happy with this username? It's like it's absolute random. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll get this. This is just another, jigsaw piece in the puzzle. I'm sure we'll get it all worked out in the future.
Good one. Quick on the fix, right? Quick to fix that one. Come now, go.
Sorry.
Are you?
So even
Roger, are you wearing a Rick and Morty shirt?
So you even Becky's Fishing Adventures is paired as well. Gee.
Well, he's over on your page, Mark.
Is he?
Yeah, that's why it says paired.
Oh,
he's over on your page.
Right.
So
okay.
I'm guessing that if somebody was on the G page right now and made a comment, it also would say paired.
Yeah, I've never seen paired unless I wasn't paying attention when it's just mine.
Maybe because this is your account and you're signed into those as your account. Yeah. That's probably why it doesn't do paired on mine or Ryan's. Like we have to figure out where we're on. Like, wait, where are you at? And like, we're how many on Facebook? How many on YouTube?
So Becky's back over on your channel now. Jeez.
Back in, man.
It's pretty cool that the highlights themselves, the whole block, not just the part that says paired, but the whole block turns purple. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes
or darker blue.
Yeah.
Thanks, Becky. I appreciate you giving me a like. This is weird.
See, Stalzy's doing it.
That's it.
Stalzy's spending his love tonight.
Love's in the air. Sorry.
I was just messing around before the live started. I wanted to see. This is the original stand that the plug-in play mic goes on, and I wanted to see if it would fit. So I went ahead and put it on my actual. Here, try to turn it. Put it on my actual singing stand, so that I can have it closer to me because I got a comfy little setup going on that I'm trying to hide. It's my ottoman, and on top of my ottoman is a beanbag chair. So I have like a little makeshift couch going on over here, so it's nice and comfy. But it gets me up off the floor, so it's not so cold. The temperature hasn't really dropped like it should until super late at night, almost very, very much spring weather, where it's kind of warm and humid and all that. And then ice cold at like 2 or 3 in the morning for an hour or two. And then fog comes and warms it up a little. And and it brings up the temp. But our whole yard, that's why my nose is running. Our whole yard is blooming with the tulips and the pretty spring flowers outside. I go outside and get a little anxiety because normally those flowers bloom during my birthday. They're actually some of my favorite flowers. So they're beautiful to look at when I go out there. But I'm like, oh no, this is going to happen again. All this pollen in the air, it's going to come again in a whole nother 30 days. All the rest of these flowers are going to bloom and my nose is going to be going crazy. It's probably the worst part of the spring for me is the pollen, the amount of pollen that just goes nuts out here.
Little too muffy. Sorry.
Yes, hay fever used to affect me because my asthma used to be really bad, but then when we moved to Australia, it's not as bad. It can sort of flare up a little bit, but yeah, I don't really get the same sort of hay fever and asthma as I did in the UK.
Well, I grew up around like almond trees, so walnut trees, things like that. Like that pollen's it hits a whole different, like it did make me sneeze because it's pollen in the air and all, but it wasn't. Yeah. It didn't last as long. The season of doesn't last that long. These fruiting trees around here, I swear, some of them will bloom in the next 6 weeks. Some will bloom 3 more weeks later, and then 3 more weeks later, another one. I'm like, I'm going nuts. Like my nose doesn't get a break for like 2 whole months. It's horrible.
What sort of fruit trees you have? New. What fruit trees you have?
We have non-fruiting mulberries in the front. Oh, yeah. We have a plum in the driveway. We have 3 different types of apples and 2 different types of pears in our backyard.
Wow.
Yeah, we actually live in and it's 1800s. It's actually, they're documented, but it's like 1800s orchard that we live in. Like that's the riverbed, creek bed that we're at. About 1800s, they started planting trees. And we have some of we've actually kept a few of them alive, but we have a Fuji, which around here is damn near $5 a pound for apple. So we go right in the backyard and pluck all that we can. But again, we're in that season of it's warm enough for things like that. So they're blooming outside. So they're trying to bloom. They're trying to grow. Midway through the season, they're rotting because the bugs, they're like, ooh, warmth, climb right into the apples. So we don't actually get as many off of them. Again, they're telling us they're not sick trees because we cut them back. Like I hack the crap out of these trees and they're like boosh. You know what I mean? Like the next year they're gigantic and falling down and branches are breaking, but they have a lot of nutrients because we don't eat all of the apples. We let them lie. So they just feed right back into the tree. So we don't have to purchase anything special. And then Ryan uses a Korean natural farming style bug repellent that is like apple cider vinegar and something else, and it doesn't affect the fruit at all. It helps with the fruit flies, which entail keep the worms and the all the other stuff away. So it's just funny how beautiful and tasty something rotting could possibly be. Like it's funny to see from the beginning to the end of an apple tree, without David Atterbury in the background narrating it for me. It's pretty funny.
Sorry about that. Yeah. And here we have the rotten apple.
I'm telling you, I can put that stuff on and it's like watching golf for my dad. He's just learning about stuff. His voice is just so calming. And then his sense of humor and wit, I'm giggling in my sleep about, random animal facts. So.
Definitely the best. I've seen Snoop Dogg do animal sort of documentary. But yeah, it was more of a joke, obviously.
And he reminds me of that Drunken History show. Yeah. Like how they get on there and they tell the story, of history, but as it was, more likely they were shit-faced drunk, and this is actually what happened. Kind of situation, but I love it because he talks in a way. We were talking about it last time. Representation. You will reach a lot of people when they see themselves represented. They'll be like, I understand him. He's speaking literally my language. And in the United States, just having an accent or speaking, and I don't know how many times I have to tell my kid, what does that mean? What does that mean? I'm like, oh yeah, you're a millennial. 40 years, 30 years different from me. So you guys, create your own language, your own style of this, your own style of that. Definitely, yeah.
I think we all create our own style and language through our generations, and the newer your kids especially, or kids in general, come up with their own, and there will be a disconnect to a degree.
Well, I laugh as my kids will tell me a word, a slang word for something, and me and Ryan will look at each other and we'll go da da da, and we'll like shake our heads like yeah, and they look at us and they're like what, and I was like that's exactly how we feel about what you just said. Like our parents were looking at us saying whatever. That's so yeah.
It mean the same, but different. Well, said in a different setting. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, I giggle that it takes more than 10 years, but less than 30, obviously, for a slang to become so. Where did that come from? Like, I don't remember that. Like, I swear the first time somebody said that in the late 1900s, I was clutched my pearls. Like, what? What, 1900s? Yeah, what? I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot.
The wackest language change that I sort of I still can't get my head around is when people started writing LOL, but then people started saying it to me in person. So it means laugh out loud. So instead of laughing, they just say LOL, and it's like a laugh is kind of like you can't almost. It's not really something that you do on purpose. It's kind of it just goes with the humor. But I said some funny stuff, and around some people they're like "lol." I'm like, just laugh.
LOL. How
why say LOL?
Like, do you know what that actually means in a dictionary? Like,
LOL
it doesn't mean what you think.
When it was first texted, LOL was lots of love. Was what he was going to say.
That's what I say. It means lots of love there first off, but it's only the last generation or so.
Because there was an old joke that went around. It's like when LOL laugh out loud first started happening, someone put like, someone just died, LOL, and it's like means like someone died, they're sending their condolences, and they put LOL at the end, meaning lots of love. But now it means laugh out loud. Yeah. The joke was going around that the person was laughing that someone died.
Yeah.
Like LOL, like, laugh out loud. Your mum died. Sorry, laugh out loud.
Yeah. I still know that I know that I'm too old for a conversation when I have to Google what acronym you just sent me and what it's supposed to mean. Because I know that really long one, like get your ass in this house before that one, the if you understand what this is, then you were born in the 90s type thing. The thing that your mom would open the door and scream at you.
Rolling over the floor and laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like the abbreviation of
I got AOL. I get AOL shorthand. I get F2F. I get, ALS, like I get ASL, age, sex, location. Like I get all that stuff.
Yeah.
But again, I was 14.
The internet started, ASL.
Yeah. Now it's like you say that ASL to somebody and they're like, why are you talking sign language? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Like, I definitely giggle because I'm either too old or too young. Because the generation above me is still around. They're still going, these kids these days. And I said, you said the same thing about me, so hush. Like, the kids these days confuse me. We're both on the same page. Don't even start. Like, so half the time I tell my kids, I don't know why you want to do that. Like, why are you watching that? Like, I feel like you're rotting your brain. And they're like, well, he's talking about this and he's talking about that. And I'm like, I listen to what my kids are talking about. And I'm like, yeah, he's actually teaching you something. But like, just the language he's using. Like, why does he have to use that language? And my kid's like, it's, it means this, it means this, it means this. I'm like, we're getting so far from face-to-face communication that we have to use acronyms while face-to-face communication. I'm like, like, I don't understand. I don't know. Like, I remember making acronyms or making short words out of things because we would get in trouble for saying what we actually meant when we said that. Like, dating.
Yeah, like you start creating your own language.
Yeah.
Not only you and a few select people know.
Yeah. Yeah, or like, it's an inside joke. It didn't get put on social media and become a trend, and now everyone uses it until it becomes uncool to use it, and then it moves on. Like the Urban Dictionary is longer than the actual dictionary, and like there's something wrong with that. Like in my brain, like let's just go. Can we just read the dictionary and be like, hipsters and bring back, the 40s and the 50s communication and way we talk? Like the words we use, because I remember like cursive and having to actually know part of the thesaurus as you're schooling. Like you had to know what other words meant for the same thing.
Yeah.
Now it's like, we'll just make up a new one. Like that's what a thesaurus is. Like you don't need another dictionary. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm a dork, and I'm a nerd, and I read the dictionary a lot and the thesaurus, because I wanted to know what words were. I don't now though. I don't have. I recommend anyone to not read the Urban Dictionary. There's a lot of disturbing things you will find in the Urban Dictionary
and stuff like that in there.
Worse. Oh, so much worse.
You've seen some of the things I've seen, and my brother showed me.
Don't get much worse than
That's a lot of things.
No, it does. Oh, it does. Some of the examples on the Urban Dictionary are putting it as an adverb. Oh no, I'm good. I don't need to.
Probably be worse if it was an Urban Pictionary, had pictures to show you what the word means. Horror book.
Now that would be a charades game I would not want to play.
I think we need that at some time.
I do too believe, but some of these things, me and my friends play this. It's a version of like Pictionary and telephone. So like you say a sentence and then someone has to draw it, and then you have to guess it, and then you have to draw it again. And and that game, just the laughing, because you run out of things to say. You run out of sentences. So and it just gets to a point where we all insult each other and we think it's funny, and we do it all the time, and so we just pick on each other, and it just turns into us picking on each other and then guessing it. And I was laughing so hard I gave myself a headache last night from laughing. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm lightheaded. I need to go lay down. But again, that's what I mean. Like just some of the things on there that, I mean, how do you explain a white thing? Like they didn't draw anything. So the thing that I said, I was like, oh, it's so offensive. I apologize to anyone who's offended by what I said, but who knows? Because they're my friends. I kind of know what they may be asking me to draw.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, it's pretty funny. They sucked me into playing Among Us, which I've been doing quite often, probably like at least once a day, playing with them at night just to wind down. So I definitely feel Facebook has been replaced with Among Us.
I remember you were telling us.
But that's what I've been doing.
So you've been getting involved in it a bit more.
Yeah, they're closer to my age and younger, so it feels not so like work, I guess. Not that that's kind of turned out as work, but you guys are my friends and I love it. But just definitely it's funny. It's just a laugh, and just I definitely not serious at all whatsoever. Like it's all out of love that we pick on each other. It's super I don't know. It's that, I guess it's that being petty in a healthy environment. Just picking on each other, but like,
I mean, I've done gaming before, but gaming, I haven't really done it properly for a while. But yeah, when you get a group of friends and you start gaming, we just used to run around and just, have fun and act like bonkers and just, do silly stuff together and just make each other laugh. And
well, the best part about it is we all play together while we're on Discord, but we don't cheat. So if we know who it is, we don't say. And if we're it, like we get to the point where like, I'm like, I love you. You're like one of my new best friends ever, but I don't trust you for shit because you're playing Among Us. And you're like, that's the point, is to trick each other be deceitful, and it's like, so that's why I think it's fun being the petty part, because like I'm playing a role, like I know that it's all fun and games. Oh, are you gonna share? Oh, you and your drumsticks.
Yeah, he's a professional drummer.
Any of you? I'm gonna find it. And on that Shoresy show that I tell you guys all about, they every time they win a game, they all get celebratory sticks. They call them sticks. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I'm not watching it. I'm just listening. And they're like, every grown man should sit down and have a stick, eat some sticks, and hang out and talk about life. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I go around and they're all just chomping away on drumsticks.
That's one of my favorite parts in Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, and they did put it in the World's End.
Where it's like elevator.
You want anything from the shops? Cornetto.
Yeah, come on, Hot Fuzz then.
And then later on, you see the character eating Cornetto, licking the wrapper.
So, g'day to Brad.
Hi, Brad.
We gotta ask Brad, how did his live stream go? Because I saw a notification come up he was live.
So he was testing that.
So I've been watching some of his shorts and stuff.
Miss Austin, you don't have anything like this in the US?
Oh yeah, we do. I just can't eat them.
You have Cornettos, don't you? Cornetto over there.
Yeah, they're not called Cornettos. We just call them. They're like made by Hershey, like the brand that owns Hershey. So it's like drumstick. It's drumstick. Like I don't even know. Like Nestle. Nestle.
Nestle.
Nestle. The candy bar.
Yeah, we got Nestle.
Is drumstick the Peters brand? Because Cornetto's the street brand, I believe. The streets. So yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's all Nestle. I'm pretty sure that like if you try to buy knockoff ones,
there'll be a company.
Still Nestle. Like I'm pretty sure that here around here it's like
those big companies. Like, you see pictures of those big companies and who they own, and it's like like 50 different companies all under the one umbrella.
Well, because I don't think that there's like a fancy. Because I mean, they do everything from the extra large king size ones, that is like 2 of yours, Mark, put together, and then they do ones that are minis that are like this big, that big. Yeah, like seriously, like a little tiny dollop and a dip in chocolate, and like the cone is like that big, like itty bitty cone. Like
I mean, everything's shrunk these days, but yeah, they do the mini versions as well.
Well, they do the mini ones for the babies, and they don't put nuts on the top of them, and they don't put nuts on the inside of them. Like it literally says "safe for babies," and I was like, "Oh my god, a baby doesn't need a drumstick." But whatever, like. I tell you the truth, I think they would sell them more if they made mini ones for dogs. Because people actually do like giving their dogs ice creams. Like they take them to Dutch Bros, which is a coffee company similar to Starbucks, and they give them dog-friendly cream, like almost like a.
What is a berry?
I don't know how to explain it. Almost like a mousse, like a dog, like friendly mousse that doesn't have eggs in it. It doesn't have something else in it that's not healthy for dogs when it's.
Like a mousse in the wood.
Cooked raw, whatever. Yeah, some kind of mix. And then they do like whipped cream, and they and it has like a dog treat in the inside of it. Like they make them special for them. I'm like, oh my god. They make a lot of money off that.
You can always send us a little bit of a donation if you want me to eat on the menu cheeseburger. Otherwise, I'll just have to review all the boring stuff that I have.
I don't remember.
Okay, so I was going to ask you about
that. There's Murray's merchandise reviews.
There's so much that I have, and then so much that people want me to review. Like I need to spread out the content as well. I did used to upload quite a few times a week, but I'm going to start putting some content as well behind the paywall. It will be the regular content that everyone will see, but there's, say if there's a few varieties of the one product, I might do one of the main items and then just do the rest of them behind in my membership. So otherwise people won't really have
so I was going to ask you if there's
people won't have much of a reason to be a member otherwise.
Is there an annual membership?
There's not an annual one from what I can tell.
No.
It looks like it's just every 4 weeks, and you can obviously people can I've been members on other people's channels before, and when it starts creeping up to the end of the month, it will come up with like renew membership or whatever.
I just want to know if there's like a one where I could do like a whatever that hell that's called, where you get a shit ton of food. Like, what is that called? Like it starts with an M, right? It's like where you just, it's like a Chinese. I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. I know I'm wrong. Like Modoc or Mondoc, like where you get a bunch of food and you just
you mean
sit, like
you mean the food boxes they have, the subscription?
No, I'm talking about like you just order a bunch of food and like you sit and you chat and you eat.
Mukbang.
Mukbang. So because I wanna do that for like an occasion.
Yeah.
Like I would rather like I get the subscriptions and that's awesome. Like I looked at them and I was like, dude, what if I wanted to pay for 2 burgers in a month instead of just the one? Do I do it twice or do I do the entree deluxe one that you have membership one where I get to like pick the review?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Is it that one was the one I want? Because I was like, I want him to go and like sit and like for his birthday or for like an anniversary for his YouTube or something, like an occasion, a day in which you would just go and just buy a bunch of crap and then we would just sit and we would talk and you would, I mean crap because I can't eat it, but like just a bunch of food that you can enjoy and that not in the moment of like do your review well, but like just eat and the whole break bread thing.
Yeah.
Like I think that would be fun.
Little Shagster. Here we go. Yeah, our first one for tonight.
I sing too. That's the best part.
What's one with a bit of talking there, Shagster?
Nothing. Maybe he's been spending too much time shagging and not enough time talking.
Hey, play a little less conversation, a little bit of action. Play thinking.
That's it.
I'm guessing the action isn't there. There's not, like you said, not a lot of action. Not a lot of action.
That's what happens when you spend too much time shagging.
I don't have a problem with either. So
if you ain't talking 25 bags, I don't want to hear it. It's like, well, why did you come on a live stream then? Shouldn't you be calling your dealer? Seeing if you have some
25 bags of what? 25 bags of sugar, flour, 25 bags of
I'm pretty sure
what are you talking about, Shagster?
I'm pretty sure his slang is money.
I know.
And I'm pretty sure the word should be bands, not bags, but you're probably too young to realize the difference.
No, 25 bags, I'm pretty sure it means 25.
Mrs. Austin. That's not around.
Well, 25 bands mean 25,000. 25 bags to mean 2,500. So
25 bags.
That's why I would say bands and not bags. So
25 bags is just small little baggy. 25 bags, not bands. Getting aggressive now.
Yeah, Shagster, you turtle.
Pull your head in, Shagster, you turtle.
I'm only paying for a one Maybuy.
Sorry, mate. If you want some weed, you have to go down the road for that, mate. Not where I live.
we don't have 5 Guys in South Australia.
Why do you need 25 bags, sir?
I don't know if I earn enough to go to 5 Guys. I'd need to get on a plane.
If you need 25 bags of cannabis, sir, you're on the wrong cannabis.
No, 25 is in the money. It costs $25.
No, he said it.
Weed,
you
know, marijuana.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, if you need to.
25 is.
I'm sorry.
A little baggy. That costs 25.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
4 ounce, yeah.
I know that I live in a part of the world that doesn't have issues with cannabis and cannabis use. And I do apologize, sir, if that's your problem.
So, in England, it's 10-pound bags. In Australia, it's $25 bag. But that's what I was talking about before, like different communication, different wording. But that's because of the economy, the prices as well. It's like the same.
No,
now.
I truly believe that regardless of what kind, and it's sad because I live in California. We're very highly saturated with cannabis, and it's all shit. And it's all crap. I don't like the stuff that you have to go in and buy from a market. It's like we were talking about the difference between drumsticks. Like you go and buy you get 12 in a box and 10 are going to be broken. Or you go to the specialty guy that, you can get them. Can I order 12 and they go in the back and they make them themselves? Like that's the difference between the conversations with Mr. Shagster and myself. Like you're walking into a convenience store trying to buy something that's not worth the gasoline you paid to get there. And so
I don't even have to speak. Brad's doing it for me tonight
with muddy shoes.
Yeah, the muddy shoes is just finished it off nicely. Make sure
you disrespect the muddy shoes.
Make sure that you wipe it on the rug before you come inside.
What is Betty's Burgers known for, Paul? Or anyone else who can let me know?
Well, it's just basically another burger chain. It just looks like a kind of old school diner kind of place. So I believe it does like milkshakes
with
burgers,
like malt shakes and stuff like that.
I haven't gone there.
That drive-in feel, yeah.
It's in the city, so yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's
we have something similar to that.
I could review.
That's Sonic. There's one in Adelaide now, Betty's Burger.
Drive-in feel. I've never wanted to drive 50 miles to get a grilled cheese sandwich, but Sonic makes a pretty damn good grilled cheese sandwich. So it's like that drive-in feel, like the girl comes out in rollerblades and everything, like with the trays, Yeah.
I mean, I used to watch a lot of food reviews before I was doing them. That's what inspired me to do it, and I was always into a lot of the Americans because. I mean, in Adelaide, we've only started getting more and more places. We have quite good local businesses now here that that are doing good, and they are becoming franchise. They are becoming franchises. Well, we've got Burger Tech, Stacks, and these other companies that have more than one location. So people are doing quite well, quite successful with their.
Would you say Stacks is similar to like In-N-Out, like model? A bunch of veggies, animal stacks. Like, is that what it means by stacks, or is it just Stacks?
It's called name for burgers? It's called Stacks Burger Company. Is the name of it? It's spelled with an X as well. But yeah, it's just this company started in, I believe, from his kitchen, and he used to be in Mount Barker, where Paul and Becky live. And then he moved to Adelaide, obviously, because it's going to be more popular. But then he opened up a second store that's closer to me. There's 2 stores now, and they're quite successful. Their bags look like some Gucci stuff, like like you've gone into an expensive. Like they have all of their
nice, bougie.
The restaurant looks really good. But there's Burger Tech as well that has like 6 or 7 locations, and people. Yeah, there's a lot.
Would you think that Adelaide's big enough to have multiple franchise? Like I'm sure Queensland is way big enough to have franchise. Like
South Australia technically, like Burger Tech has many locations. Stacks has 2 in Adelaide.
Gambia,
not Barker. You know what I meant.
Yeah, else the side of the state, G.
Same shit.
Yeah, same state, but different area.
That's just that direction.
I was just looking up Betty's Burgers on the net, and it says Betty's Burgers and Concrete Company. So you could have a burger and get some concrete mix while you're waiting.
Hey, now.
Oh, that's an idea. Hey.
Sheesh.
So are we?
Concrete burgers.
Yeah, well, it says here that Betty's Burgers and Concrete Company was established in Noosa in 2014. Noosa is about a half an hour's drive from me, half an hour, 40-minute drive from me.
We're classic. It's almost close. closes at 10. Let's all go quick.
So we're a classic 1950s inspired Australian burger snack. Our team at Betty's is dedicated to serving the freshest, juiciest, and the most mouth-watering burgers. We source the best possible products. Yeah,
this definitely looks a little bit like some of the American.
It sounds like White Castle. Like that's exactly what White Castle is like. It'll mouth-watering. Like yeah, they're sliders. Yeah, they're tiny, but they're worth it. Ooh, that looks good. Yeah, there are many sliders. Yeah, like that's what we would call sliders. You know, little 2-3 biters. Yeah, they look yummy. I definitely like substance. I don't like watching your reviews. I can't remember the last time I had a hamburger at McDonald's, but knowing like you said, like oh they're getting thinner and thinner, and I'm like oh it just makes me want to like I want it stuffed. I want it. You know, I'd rather have it small and that juicy flavor than to be flat. And if I don't eat it warm, it's gonna be chewy. You know, it's not gonna have the hamburger consistency and feel that I want. But again, I blame marketing. Ironically, that's kind of what I wanted to go to school for. Never did because I was like, I don't know. I definitely can't be face to face and lie to you about your product, so I'm definitely gonna do it behind the screen. And I know I definitely feel like that's what marketing's for. Especially my kids will tell me, Mom, do you know what they use to make mayonnaise? Mom, do you know what they use to make syrup? Mom, I'm like, yeah, it's gross. It's gross what they trick your brain with.
I'm always listening.
So always. I watched that the other day to go to sleep, Monsters Inc. Always watching.
But in this case, it's more sinister than what you think. I'm trying to talk in a deep, scary voice here, but it's not working.
Yeah, if the lightning was going, I would definitely be scared.
Yeah.
Gotta get you one of those robes. Get you big old black robe. Pull the hood down and just do a giggle.
Have lightning. use AI to have lightning bolts come out of my hands. Join me on the dark side.
I'll figure out that editing tool I was telling you about, and we'll have to get something done. Add some lightning.
Look, I'm sure it can be done.
Yeah.
You know, YouTube's obviously gonna that video I shared in the chat group. You know, YouTube's going to be doing a lot with AI, so it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. And I'm sure, I'm sure the creators and even people like us, we're content creators, we could do something with it, that's for sure.
There's listening, everybody went quiet.
I'm writing. I'm responding to Brad.
Well, I just finished up a 6-hour podcast. Now, I didn't watch it all at once. I've watched it over about 3 or 4 days. And it's with this gentleman, and it was about remote viewing. Now, now for those of you who don't know what remote viewing is, it's using your psychic abilities to go and look at things far away, as in, overseas, around the world, or in some cases, both in the past and in the future. That's
mediumship in that.
Yeah,
medium in that. Yeah.
Yeah, not actual medium. It's known as a few names, but the guy who was doing the interview is a former Navy SEAL, and the bloke he was talking to is the first remote viewer, and it was paid by your government, Mrs. Austin, and. Real interesting story. If you got some time, it's well worth watching and listening to this guy's story, a lot of it's about him, but also about what remote viewing has been used for.
It's interesting.
Yeah. I've heard, had a friend, hacker friend, who was involved in some, let's just say, born and raised in a very much what the United States would call a cult. And they would do heavy up to 72-hour meditations and link to each other and be able to correlate past lives, things like that.
Yep.
And by the time he was 6 or 7, he was predicting things that had yet to happen, but were like depicted in Egypt on scrolls that was going to happen. And they asked him where he saw it, and he would tell you every time, clear as day, in the basement of a pyramid, in the basement of a pyramid, in the basement of a pyramid. And they would say, how do you know it was the basement of a pyramid? He's like, that's what they told me when I asked, where am I? You're in a basement in the pyramid, under a pyramid. Yeah, like, and people go, again, most of the people around us were like, yeah, okay, you're crazy. And I was like, tell me more. I want to know this, because I've gone 2 or 3 days without sleep in fear and anxiety ridden, and meditated just to rest my eyes, and was places I shouldn't have been. And people ask me, what do you mean? I said, when I come back and stand on my feet, that should tell you I was somewhere I was supposed to be. And multiple times I would be in a fear state, full panic attack state. And I would close my eyes and I would meditate, and I'd come back, and my mom would walk in, and I'd have sand on my feet. My mom like, where the hell were you? And I went, nowhere. And I'd just get up and walk away, like, over my panic attack, breathing just fine. People ask me all the time, like, I will have a full blown panic attack, and I will do 2 things to my body, and it naturally happens. I don't even think about it now. I will naturally do these 2 things to my body, and it's like I astral projected and an hour went by, and really it's been 3 seconds. And yeah, now you know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I haven't gone into it. I mean, I'm interested in it, but astral projection is very, very similar to remote viewing.
Yeah.
But
they call it like dream sleep, dreamscape. Like you said, they have a few.
Yeah.
They have a few things for it. Some friends of mine have to be drug induced, mainly homeopathic, holistic. Oh God, I can't remember what they're called. It's the one, ayahuasca. Another one. Another one that they talk of.
DMT.
Peyote. DMT. DMT is okay. So for me, if you want to experience all of it at once, and you don't ever plan to try to make sense of what it is that you're experiencing within those 3 to 6 seconds, then go ahead and try DMT. But if you are the type like me who will run down rabbit holes until I figure it out and find out and things like that, you are experiencing and going further and further and further into what you are not supposed to know, if that makes any sense. There's things that go on around us, and if you are capable of understanding, then you will. And then there are people who have gone through DMT and gone through it and like switched up their whole life and chose to do complete opposite of what it was shown to them under and in that experience with the use of DMT. That is similar to like someone who's highly allergic to something and gets around it once, and then, duct tapes whatever it is that could kill them, like avoids it 100%. And that's not what DMT is for. That's not what that type of eye-opening, world-opening, brain-opening experiences are for. They're not to be ignored. And that could be perilous. You could You avoid, you know what I mean? You avoid something and obviously it happens. You know, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's set in time, it's set in stone. It's to reoccur to you or to the people around you within that time. Because again, it's just time. Like we can close our eyes, but we are exactly where we were yesterday at the exact same time we are today. We're just rewriting the same day. If that makes any sense. That's literally all that time is. We as human beings put a time stamp, a date stamp, a location stamp. We do that. We are as far as you can reach, as far as you can see, as far as you can feel, every day, same time, like within that realm. But you as an individual have your own energy and your own frequency to what is our universe, what is our existence. And you will come across the same vibe and the same energy, and it doesn't skip a person, if that makes sense. So I believe fully that we are reincarnated into what we manifest. So what we manifest here on life, we will reincarnate to that again. So if your soul is broken now and you don't manifest healing of that soul before you end this time cycle, you will live in that torment and it will continue and continue and continue. The Egyptians speak of it. That is a torment that will follow
until you learn the lesson, or you repeat it until
you do. And so the more you try to deter away from that,
that
message and that understanding, the more your soul gets tortured and tortured and tortured. And some people break in the sense of they choose to be an animal. They choose not to talk. They choose to be deaf. They choose to be blind. They choose these things because, again, we manifest. I don't want to see that anymore. So you're going to come back blind. I don't want to hear that anymore. I'm going to come back deaf. You know, I don't want to speak on that anymore. You're going to come back mute. So it is what you leave behind. And mind you, out of 7,000 religions, 4,000 believe this. They believe that what you leave in the presence, in the aura of what you are in this moment will continue to rotate. It's like, a rolling rock gathers moss. Until you stop that rolling, unheave that layer, you're going to keep continuing to add to that layer, and you're going to bundle and bundle and bundle. And a lot of the time it is you manifesting. I wake up, I'm happy today. Why am I happy? Because I choose to be happy. That's a manifestation. It doesn't mean that I'm happy the world's crumbling. It doesn't mean that I'm happy that there's homelessness or there's famine. No, it just means I choose to be happy, and so then therefore happy will find me. So it's that. And a lot of people are like, well, I say positive things. I can't look in the mirror and tell myself I'm wonderful today because I don't feel it. So what I say is I'm happy. Happy meaning I'm content. I am within my realm of all of my possibilities today. Now that to me is happy. So I say I'm happy. Other people hear, oh, she's entitled, she's cocky. And guess what? That's what they're walking around with their understanding. That's not me. I don't have to take that on. We were talking about this before. Like, if I care about you, I'm going to open up that space and I'm going to allow you that energy, and I'm going to share that energy with you. And like the person that came in earlier, that when my vibe and when my aura, my energy, whatever you want to call it, compels someone to speak out in negative and speak out in a way that they feel entitled to be heard, your vibe doesn't match mine because mine irritates you. And that's supposed to, because we're not supposed to surround ourselves with the same vibe. Therefore, we become numb to everything else that's going around. We are supposed to we're supposed to encourage our frequency to get better, to get more in tune, to be more manageable within ourselves, because we have to hear that sound. Just like we have to smell our smell. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you give off all of this, I don't know how, like, your life force. It's energy. We're bouncing energy. I'm using all of this energy around me right now to communicate. My head's starting to get lightheaded. I'm starting to feel because there's people in the chat, or there's lurkers, or there's somebody who doesn't want to hear it. And like he said, I sure do talk a lot. I sing too. I don't care. I'll be uncomfortable for a minute to set someone else's vibe and someone else's energy on a better path. And that's how I feel about my life. So yes, I understand. Sorry. Blech. So just I understand. Again, I have not had to use mind altering or vibe energy altering medication. I'm scared, actually, to tell you the truth, to try anything that would open up even more, because I'm happy and I'm content with the understanding I have now. Maybe further on down my life, span, I might choose to open that up a little bit more. But as of right now, I like having my, what is that called? My what is it called when I'm ignorant, when I choose to be ignorant? I guess that's what I choose to be ignorant to more than what I've done. Because you can only be called crazy and stupid and conspiracy theorist or this or that. Like, my experiences are my experiences. You can't take that away from me. And I know that there are other people who have had experiences and believe in the things that they can't naturally see, because there are experiences and or things that they've been through that they cannot explain. So of course they're going to understand me saying, yes, I've been through this. And they're going to go, I've been through, I saw Bigfoot, or I saw a UFO, or I feel like this has happened to me and I can't explain this that's happened to me. They're going to be more open and more understanding to, things are not always what they seem to be. So sorry, I'm going to read the chat and I'll shut up so someone else can talk.
You're right. You're doing fine, Mrs. Austin. That's you're absolutely right about the experiences. Your experience are yours, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there who have had experiences, and when they go to talk about it, they get labelled as crazy, or that can't happen, or you're doing the work of the devil, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
and, that's
club with labels.
Yeah, and that's what we do. We a lot of us put labels on things.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, everything's contradictory, right? I can read a book and be like, that's not my point of view. I was standing right next to the guy. And I mean, like, there's going to be contrast. There's going to be conflict. Don't tell me that God, Jesus walked on water, but no one else can. Don't tell me that, he can turn water into wine and no one else can, or that he can manifest a million barrels of fish that never go empty. Like, you can't. Well, you can't tell me that one man did this and no one else can ever do that. That doesn't make sense to me. That is not even a miracle. You have to be lying. If only one person does that scientifically, it happens once, it's phenomenal. That means it more than likely will never, ever, ever, ever happen again. That's 1 in 1 billion. You cannot sit here and tell me that there's only one ever. You know what I mean? You just can't. You can't to me. You can't.
Yeah, but you make an interesting point, though. From my understanding, it was never said that he was that person was the. I'll say, yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll say that Jesus was not the only one who could do that. It's just a story that's been told over and over again that this is what he did.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I would 100% believe it's not the book, it's the people. Like, the book just says what the book says.
Yeah.
It's the people who said he's the only one. You believe anyone else did that, then it's blasphemy. And I'm like, where does that say that in the book?
Yeah.
It just says this is what happened. Like you said, it's what he did. It's not he's the only being to ever have done that.
Yeah. No. It's our.
But again, that goes back to like Socrates and Plato and the conversations that they were having in scrolls with themselves, contemplating an existence of energy and where it comes from. There has to be. And again, I truly believe DMT, LSD, something like mind altering they were under, because they were thinking outside of a box that wasn't a box. It was always the 12-sided, the seed of life, the stone of life, whatever you want to call it, was not just you know, a 2-part series, a 10-part series. Like it was an ever going, always turning, always changing, always adapting situation. So to me, again, each religion is stating a story and depicting a being in which needed to be represented and understood and not idolized, but a role model as an inspiration. I've studied many different religions, and the one basis was there was always had to be faith that we as human beings were not capable mentally, emotionally, and physically of being more than just human, you know. So like, and that's the sense I got, was this person was granted and gifted something that gave them the ability to do that, all the way down to like Buddha and Gandhi and all these other representations of their said ethnicity / or religion, you know. And that's where I see that. So again, that's why it's hard for me to communicate like politics and religion, because it's more than just fact, it's opinion.
I like
you know, and it's lived experience.
Yeah, I laughed before because I like what Brad has put up. Barry down the road turns water into beer. He's a good bloke. I hope he gives you some free beer.
My mom had a goose named Barry. He was not nice to me. He liked to laugh and chase me. He would laugh. He would chase me until I dropped something and cussed at him, and then he would laugh. Like a donkey would laugh at you. The goose would laugh at me. So we had a very tumultuous relationship, me and that goose. I told him, one of these days I'm going to eat you for dinner, and he'd go, ha, 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 honking, laughing at me. I'd tell my mom, get the hatchet, I'm done. My mom's like, leave him alone. I said, he's laughing at me. Dropped a whole dozen eggs, literally, and he laughed at me. I was like, you son of a bitch. I cannot stand you. Anytime he got near the kids, though, I'd go, you do it, and I swear, I'll get that hatchet. You won't even get away from me. And he'll put his head down and walk to the other side of the yard slowly, because I was like, don't you dare. I was like, that's my baby. So, I will hurt you.
So we totally understood, eh?
He was very smart. He was not. I tell my mom all the time, like, it's really sad. We live in the forest, and if you're dumb, you're going to get eaten by a mountain lion. It doesn't matter if you're a human being or a dog or a cat or livestock. If you are not smart, you're going to get ate by a mountain lion or a bear or ran over by a car. Like, there's roads everywhere. There's a main highway that goes through the middle of our town. So it's not, you know, you get caught up in doing something, you're gonna, you know, your fate's just not smart. You know, everyone knows don't go outside after dark during this time, because it's just warm enough for there to be prey, you know, predators out there stalking prey. So they don't care that it's a major road. It's easy for them to get to point A to point B when there's a big road they can walk right down. You know, they don't have to worry about making noise, stepping on branches and leaves and scaring off their food. They just walk right down the middle of the highway.
As the old saying goes, be kill or be killed.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, that you can't afford, animals around here can't afford to be not smart.
Not giving me permission to kill stuff.
Well, I mean, half the bears around here won't attack the other animals unless they're trying to steal their food. And I mean, you got raccoons, you got crows screwing with the bears to get the bears to break open the bags, but then attack the bears to get the bears to leave, so now the birds can eat what the bears have drug out for them, so they don't have to do it themselves.
Yeah.
Like, these animals around here are very, like, I don't know if I've told you guys about the mosquitoes that have like military grade camouflage, where they could be right in front of your face and hovering back and forth, and you can't kill them. Swatting at them, fly swatters, electric fly swatters. Yeah, those things are just like whoosh, like slide right through, and like, how are you still alive? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I swear they test on us. No, I'm kidding, but really, you know, spraying all that random crap in the air, and I swear that's why the animals around here are much smarter than you think. I've never seen a bear look at me and be like, oh, sorry, let me get out of your way, as it moves off to the side of the road so that I can drive down the middle and then right back in the back of the road. And Like he just let me pass him like he's a car. Just not kidding. Like I honked at it and it looked back and was like, oh, let me get out of your way. Is it still running down the highway? And I'm over here like this going, holy shit, trying to get away from it. And I look in my back mirror and he's back in the middle of the road, just running like he's a car. Running. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, pretty crazy. Very intelligent. You have to be, because you get idiots out here that get too drunk and want to go test out their guns in the middle of the night and then accidentally shoot a bear in the ass. That's what they do. And then they're like, why do you have bear marks in your car? And he's like, oh, I was outside taking a piss and a bear snuck up on me. Like, why are you outside in the middle of the night taking a piss?
Because I was drunk. I had too many beers.
Well, I mean, we don't have bars.
We had one, but at the bar.
So if you're looking for a good time, you're out in the middle of the woods drinking. That's not much else to do, I guess. To be loud, if they call the cops on you, the cops are just going to call you and tell you to shut up, and then they're going to go back to bed. So
they have brothels in the woods. They're out there for a good time.
The fly past the mosquitoes. I swear, they're like those are like the planes with the camouflage on them, and they just disappear right in front of your face. Apple cider vinegar, hot water, regular yeast, and apple cider vinegar will attract them. And then they die because they try to eat the yeast water. So it's the only home remedy that I could get to actually work. You can spray them with wasp spray, the flying bug spray. And they're like, I swear, they're like laughing at you as you're spraying them directly with the wasp kill spray. Yeah. Oh God, that sounds like a family reunion.
Brad saying, I heard a story of two guys in Arkansas. Is it Arkansas? Is how you say it? Trying out the on each other.
Oh well, if you're in the middle of Arkansas, you might hear Arkansas.
Well, they have that in Super Troopers, the movie, but they're doing the little bit that goes over the groin, like they're shooting each other in basically the groin, but he's just naked. And then the captain rocks up, the chief of police or whatever, and he goes to shoot, and they're all telling him, no, calm down. And then he shoots it in the opposite direction, and he's like, yeah, back in my day, we used to use blanks. He's like, you're a sick mother.
Yeah, because it wasn't. Yeah,
it wasn't. He just keeps falling over.
Definitely gives up.
Fall over, and he's like, get back up and do it again. That feels great, though.
The bear suit. I don't know how many times after that movie came out, I saw grown men running down the street, screwing bears. It was just
doing what?
Not. So in the movie,
he dresses up as a bear.
He puts on a bear suit.
But then he has
screwing a man.
He's like he looks like he's dressed up as a redneck, and he's
like a lumberjack redneck with his lumberjack hat and a fake beard. And he has a fake costume bear on the front. And so his legs are bear legs, but his top half is so it looks like from seeing it, he's screwing a bear from behind. It's, you know how many times, I'm like, dude, can you not? And he turns around and I'm like, oh my God. Halloween is for children.
If you haven't seen Super Troopers, recommend it.
Yeah.
It's by Broken Lizard. They do Beer Fest and a few other films.
What was the spoof Halloween movie that they made? They had it you have to buy it on DVD. I'm pretty sure you can't get it anywhere else. But I swear it's from all the guys from Beer.
I had one. I think
Fest.
It was called Club Dread, where it was like someone was killing people on an island.
Okay, I think that might be it. I'm pretty sure because you could get it through Netflix when they did the discs, and now you can't. I don't think you can get it.
The people that do the films, there's a few dudes and they write and they act in the films, and they always play different characters. So, yeah.
Did you know that they have a TV show now called Tacoma PD?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
Oh gosh, I will have to find it on YouTube and see if there's any things. But yeah, it's the twin, the one that dies, in the beer vat, and the one that figures out the boot, the nerdy one, the short nerdy one. It's them two in it, and they're best friends. One's the captain of the fire club, and mind you, it's Tacoma PD. In Tacoma, Washington, it rains about 98% of the time. So why the hell do you have a fire department? But anyway, so they rescue a lot of cats, do a lot of lockouts, letting people in their place. But basically, they just screw around the whole damn time in the fire department. So, but I'll have to see, because no, it's on Netflix. You guys have Netflix, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Sometimes different countries have different content, but normally if it's a Netflix made show or whatever, it'll be everywhere.
Yeah, I'll have to maybe I'll try to share it right now. I'll have to go off somebody's live right now, but I'll go and see if I can find it and share the thing. But they do funny, naked, sexual innuendo stuff. So that's pretty much the Super Trooper movie in itself. And then Reno 911 to top it off. So
I just got invited to anonymous message broadcast channel. Bloody hell, I'm popular.
Yeah, you're doing well, Jim.
They're going to be I wonder who's knocking down my door next.
Is that on Is that on Facebook?
It looked like it was on Instagram. I don't know if it's Facebook.
Oh, they have it on True TV too.
I keep on getting sent all these group invites on Facebook. But yeah, they had them on the Instagram. I guess it's the same stuff. On Facebook, in Instagram, you get these broadcast channels as well now.
I signed up for a weird chat thing that I because my friend got kicked out of. Oh, excuse me. My friend got kicked off of TikTok. So they've been on this app, and I guess it's started out as a dating app, but it turned into like a knockoff TikTok where they do battles. You can send prizes. It's all gifts and all that stuff. And I've got 200 people wanting to follow me, and I'm like, dude, I'm really just here to hang out with my one friend. I don't know if I have enough brain power to have to check another app. And that's pretty much the reason why I got off doing Facebook and Instagram, was just it's just the same toxic stuff. And it's not just the same toxic stuff, but then on the other end, it's the same 10, 15 friends that I communicate with, but they're also on TikTok. They're also on I'm I need more YouTube friends. Yes. I need more friends who want to go on YouTube and don't mind going live and hanging out over on YouTube with us. So I'm I need to get away from, I feel like everyone who doesn't want to be on YouTube goes to Facebook. Does that make sense? And then you share all your content to Facebook. Share all your content, easily through YouTube.
It's
not always accessible.
What's the difference if you're on one social media platform doing videos with friends, but they don't want to go on another one? What's the problem? Is it they don't like it? They don't.
To tell the truth, I was. Yeah, I was super against the YouTube trend, aka it's been going for 25 years, and I try to act like it's not. I was all against. I didn't really want to mess with YouTube, because YouTube community guidelines at the time and/or restrictions were just as bad as Facebook. You could do what you wanted to, but again, TikTok's all about being monetized. And again, this is the drastic social change happening with social media. is that things are now becoming monetized. Your content is now, wait, I have to actually say that's mine. I'm like, dude, it's the wow. It's the www means World Wide Web. Literally, as soon as you put it on there, even in the 80s, it became everyone's property because it was public. Like, that's what the internet was. Back in the day when I was younger, it was file sharing and just chatting. Now, with YouTube opening, it's in real life. It's video content. The thing that I like about TikTok is their editing is top-notch audio. That's what I learned from that guy I was telling you guys I was chit-chatting with. TikTok has the top-notch, best audio editing there possibly is. You can download in HD or 4K, and you could edit on top of edit with layers, and it will not degrade your audio on TikTok. The other apps that I was talking about, again, they're social media apps, are great for editing and great for splicing. And if you only want to do a portion of the editing, very much that editing crazy screen that you'll see when people are editing, all of that good stuff is on that VLLO social media app. And again, that's why I use most of the social media apps that I do. It's for the filters, it's for the editing capabilities, which are considered plug and play type of editing. YouTube is a plug and play. YouTube is you kind of want to download it in the best, highest quality you can so that it will stay at the best and highest quality once it gets here. If you look at the options when you're watching YouTube, you can go from the highest to the lowest. Every time you add a layer, it drops you down on that. So like half the time I want to put it at 1080, I can't because it's been edited so many times. It's at 480, and the audio turns into crap. The video editing turns to crap. Literally the meaning the mouse, the video and the audio aren't linking up. You have, that scratch. You have what we used to call burn marks when you'd go to the movie theater and watch where they would edit them together. You'll get those burn marks where it's a little off. It'll be like, why did it stop? Why is it frozen? That's basically like I said, the burn marks from back in the day editing is what you see now with the lapse and the wait a minute freezing. Similar to why Roger's computer doesn't want to link well with the platform he's using, whatever is that called, the web page, search engine, blah, that he's using, is because it has to do with the conflict between the programmable stuff that's already put in that computer compared to what's capable and what's acceptable. And again, it all has to do with copyright. It's all whether or not one pays the other. That's the content part. That's what bugs me. So that's the only part that bugged me about YouTube, was just similar to the X change. And that's like, oh, just pay for your check mark. Like YouTube pushed that same thing, 10, 15 years ago? Like, oh, you're not important. Nobody wants to watch you unless you have a check mark or unless you have this many followers or this many subs. And again, you sent me that video of like, your first 100 are probably going to suck. You're probably not going to get the coverage. Just put it up there. Just fill the content, because eventually we Americans like to watch 12 seasons in a sitting. We don't. You go on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram and you click on stories, you click on the little folders and you can watch 27 15-minute episodes and you feel like you now know this person inside and out. We don't want to have to subscribe and come back every day for that 15 minutes of you. We want it all now. We want to know what we're wasting our time. That's mostly why people sub. That's mostly why you see a bunch of likes and then they fall off. It's because they already think they know everything about you, and now they're no longer interested in knowing anything new. Or their hyper-focus changed, and that's exactly what those guys are talking about. They're like, you're going to find people that love you, and they're going to stay loyal, and that number is going to get smaller and smaller, and then all of a sudden you're going to blow up again, and you're going to have all of these new people, and you're going to have to explain yourself all over again, and that number will dwindle back down, and then it'll happen again, and then it'll happen again. And
wait till I get that Illuminati money.
Yeah, unless you can pay for those subscriptions, and that's exactly what's gross is that you say that, but they're adding that on TikTok now. If you have so many subscribers now, you can, if you're so rich with coins on TikTok right now, you can go ahead and just go in and just buy subscriptions for other people. So all of those people popping in going, I'm just here to tap and share because that's all I can give because I don't have a budget to do that. Oh, well, here, let me have some rich person in here that gets podium And when I say podium, I mean over 1 million diamonds. Okay, 20 diamonds for $1. They give you 34 to 45, depending on which region you are, of that cost of that diamond. So just like taxes and all that stuff, it's taken. Oh, but wait, you get a 1099 in here in California, you have to pay taxes on money that's already been taxed, that's already been feed, that's already been. So everyone who's like, oh, I can make thousands of dollars on TikTok, because mind you, me and Ryan looked it up. 2.5 million coins is $2,100. If you can get 2.5 million in one day, you make $2,110 in the United States.
Can you convert
That's damn near $3,000.
Yeah. Can you convert that?
$350, $3,500.
Can you convert that to actual real cash, as in cash in your hand?
Yes.
You can.
Yes. That is $2,110. So it makes sense for someone to sit on live like this, do these battles back and forth for popularity, for coins, for diamonds, so that you get paid, because some 18, 19, 20-year-old kid that, sad to say, women my age want to stare at half naked, they're getting these money because they're vicariously living their life through an 18, 19, 20-year-old, or they feel loyal to this person because this person sweet talked them. It's, again, we were talking about marketing. Yes. And it's all about marketing. And again, now people are learning, oh, my brand is me. I am my brand. Duh, that's always been how. This is what breaks my heart, that we don't have home ec programs around here in the state of California anymore, let alone the United States. Because I learned back in the day that the way I dressed and the way I represented myself as an employee was my brand. That is, I'm walking in, I'm prospective business associates are seeing how I act and how I respond. And that's what makes me money in the world. They taught me about that, about our capitalist system, when I was 15, 16 years old. We don't teach any kids like that about that around here. We don't teach them about how we just teach them that hygiene's important. We teach them that, we give them the basic understanding of, this is how you should act if you want to be a member of society, giving it idea that there's another option. That you don't have to be a productive member of society. That you could sit behind a screen and you can make, like, this is, I guess it makes me as a small business owner look bad that I have boundaries, and I'm like, no sir, I'm not going to send you foot photos for $2,500. Yes. Yes. Yep. Sad reality, she probably had 60 days to spend that money, and that's why she did it in 6 weeks. Yeah. We have really weird laws around in the United States. When you get a large sum of money, if you live on a set income, that you have 60 days to get rid of that money. You no longer can have access, like easy access to that kind of money. You have to put it, you couldn't even put it in a trust and like give it, you have to literally give it to someone else, put it in someone else's name to no longer be responsible. Yeah.
So, okay, why was she giving, why would you do
He said
that?
it was an inheritance. And like I said, more than likely you have to. If I were to get disability through the state of California, and I was given an inheritance like that, I had to have 60 days to get rid of that money. Or I would have to negate my disability for up to 3 years. Even knowing $2,400 would not give, I would not be able to live on $2,400 with this many kids in a house, without being able to physically work, paying for my lifestyle. There's no way that I could live on that for 3 years. That would be gone. That would buy me a house, and I would still have to owe. Yeah, no. Nope. We know someone very similar who got a nice gift like that. That is common rule in TikTok at the time, was to gift it back to the person that gave it to you, and they cashed it out. So, yeah. I hate coming in here and just feel like I take over.
Well, you have an interesting point of view on subjects that people like myself don't know about, and that's and maybe other people do, like Brad. He, I'm not on TikTok. I just. Yeah, I
wow. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brad. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I hate people who take advantage of other people. I'm sorry. I just had to say that. That just, oh.
Yeah, I'm not on TikTok. I don't plan to. I just don't get enough time. Although I do spend time on social media platforms, I think another one is just I just can't do it. Then look.
They get you that way though.
Yeah.
They give you, like I said, the reason I use it is because of the audio. That's why when I go sing, I use TikTok to do my singing stuff on, because it picks up everything I want it to and all of what I don't want it to. Like I can dampen the background, like my fan's going right now. That's why I have the headphones on. I'm sure it's going to be too loud for the iPad. But when I'm singing on my phone on TikTok, it doesn't use, because I have Apple products, it doesn't use the back microphone at all whatsoever. It actually dampens the sound up and around it, similar to a singing microphone. It just gets what's projected straight to it. So,
well, that's good, Brad. That
I commend you.
Yeah,
100% commend you.
Well,
if I didn't have a remote online business, I wouldn't be on social media.
Well, the main, I suppose, I've been on Facebook for a while, and YouTube. I've been on YouTube for a long time now, but haven't really done much with it until now. I'm starting to do more with it, and my Facebook usage is really there for the steamroller side of things. That's what
I'm saying. Your groups, right? Like that is a lot of the reasons why I liked Facebook, because when I was doing MLM, Tupperware, It Works, all those MLM programs, it was great to have those groups to be able to have online parties and be able to get everybody together, because that's what they also use them for. So we would network with each other, and we would, we would share things, large files that you could share through Facebook. Obviously not as large as you can share through like Discord or things like that, but it made sense in the moment and in the time, because Facebook really did share to everything. But like I said, now I'm so just sick and tired of seeing ads. I don't pay for that. I get it. I don't pay for Facebook not to have ads, but I swear it was a promise from the get-go that they wouldn't be boggled down like that. And yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
100% agree with that. I was telling the guys that I want to start doing, the reason I use the editing stuff is because I want to start going into nature, finding a good area where I can sing, and it's the natural sound, because I live around a lot of mountains and rocks and bridges. So I can go and sit underneath a bridge with the music, the landscape as you're staring at a peaceful creek, and I'm just singing in the background. I'm just a little, add a little something to the experience. But I, as been pointed out, I talk a lot, and I have a lot of, like Mark says, I have a lot of interesting things to say. But I write poetry, and I hope to collaborate with music producers soon, and turn my said poetry into actual songs and sing my own stuff, or at least G would understand, not a mumble rap, but like I said, spoken word poetry type, improvisation, just I do every once in a while. See, you could be my rapper. There you go. You could do my hooks. But no, I'm very much interested in getting into my own music. Don't laugh, G. I will hold you to it. I will. I do. I enjoy the process of music production. I enjoy. I don't enjoy the editing, but I do enjoy.
Well, I was just going to say, when you were talking about music, if you just have a look at what Lee does from First Floor Audio,
but just awe watching him do his
editing,
just in awe.
Yeah. And you know, if you listen to what he's done, he's tried it all, and you know, all the music apps and all that sort of stuff. Been there, done that, and as he says, you know, they want you to upload your stuff, but if you want it heard by someone, you've got to pay. And, you know, it's
that's so awesome, G.
I didn't know G played stuff.
He raps.
Oh, right.
G was a rapper.
Wow.
Yeah. He tries to say, you know, in my former life. I believe once a rapper, always a rapper. But
so, G, are you a candy rapper, or you know?
She says was. Hey, if there's proof you were, then you still are. That's all I gotta say.
Is that something we can find on social media, G?
He says that he was on Adelaide FM.
Yeah.
I remember talking to him.
Which FM?
He said you can still find it.
Adelaide.
Noise.
Well, there you go. That's something I didn't know about the G Meister. Bit of a rapper. Hey, man.
I've actually been getting more and more into, well, because my friends do breakdancing, you know, 80s breakdancing. They do, he is an MC, so he travels around the United States, and, you know, he's the host of the competition. And his twin sister actually placed last year, and it's a national thing. So they go from California to Florida to Portland to Colorado. I believe they're adding one more state this year. I'm not exactly sure where it's gonna be, but it's really exciting because breakdancing has always been type of almost like an underground. Only rap album I ever owned was Ace Cube. Am I saying it wrong?
Which FM station, G? There's a radio in Adelaide.
You can play one? Yay!
Cruise 1323.
What's the news on Killer Mike?
What is FM 107.1, Triple M Adelaide, Coast FM, or 5 ABC Classic?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be on ABC Classic.
There's a few more. There's Radio Adelaide, ABC Radio Adelaide, SAFM, FM, PBF FM, or Radio Adelaide.
Here we go, Roger. Have a listen.
What are you gonna play?
Probably not going to load properly.
That makes sense. Look at that face. Yeah, maybe let it download for a minute.
Gee, I'm ugly. Sorry, I'm ugly.
So I've just gotten into, okay, so it's really hard for me, with like nicknames. So it's always been hard for me with rapper names. But I've been looking into more of the underground Atlanta rap, and like the basically I feel like we're getting back to the 90s when it was Tupac and Snoop Dogg, and they were actual gangsters, and they were actually doing bad gangster shit, and they were rapping about their lifestyle. And now it's called drill rap, and basically it's them telling stories about committing murders and things like that. So I've actually started looking into a lot of these names that I've seen on TV, and I've watched on TV, and I've heard them say, like, I'm trying to turn my life around. I'm like, what are they talking about? So I started looking into, yes. So I don't know much about Killer Mike, but I did just watch the one on King Von.
Killer Mike is a part of Run the Jewels.
Okay. Again, I have no idea what most of them are. I just know because I watched Love and Hip Hop, which is trash TV here in the United States, about fist fights and things like that between rappers and their wives, and just again trash TV. But I don't know much about. But I've been watching them. I watch Swamp Stories, I believe is what he's called here on YouTube, and it has a lot to do with like the underground. He does a lot of documentary style episodes on his show, and it's about things that I probably should know but I don't. Like, of course these guys are on the radio, I don't listen to the radio. Of course these guys are probably on TV, I don't watch TV. So it's like the only way that I learn about them is through rabbit holes.
I said no, I used to live there from 1988 to 1990 in Adelaide. Certainly it's grown since then.
Well, I'll try it again.
And again, most of these guys, though, I know.
Yeah, see, it was.
Did you want me to try and bring it up?
I'd like to answer my question. Which FM station?
I'm sure it was the main one back then, right? This was a good chunk of time ago, right?
If it's on YouTube, it should play pretty smoothly.
No, I'm talking about when it was on the radio.
No, this is just me by myself. I used to work with other people.
Oh no, I didn't vote. How am I supposed? How do I vote? It asked me for it, and then I was like, wait, I didn't even see that it.
Well, maybe it's because I've got too much stuff open.
Which whose channel are you on?
I'm on both of yours.
Oh,
you put a poll on yours, and I'm like, oh no, I missed it.
Yeah, that was way earlier. Yeah, I closed it off because I think if I look on my channel, there's only like.
They're me watching.
Yeah. So there's you and me watching now.
Get them. Hey now, watch hours or watch hours.
Yeah, well, everyone's over on G channel.
Oh, see, when I'm watching here, I can't tell how many are watching, but then I have to click on their page.
Yeah.
Because I have them both going at the same time. Oh, I actually got to go search for it. Yeah, 6 people. Hi, 6 people. Yeah, I've been going down the rabbit hole. I've been going down the rabbit hole of podcasts because now that I set up my, I don't know if you know this, but on YouTube Studio, you can instantly set up podcast channel lists where you put them into a podcast like section and it will push them to other people who watch podcasts. So I would call this a podcast. I don't know if you would want to call this a podcast, but I would call this a podcast because it is, the Up Late with G podcast. Because it's more than 30 minutes, not necessarily because it's just interview wise, but I would call this a podcast. But yeah, now that I push my own content as podcast, I get a crap load of podcasts coming back at me on my channel. So, see, Brad agrees. It's a podcast. I definitely feel going live is more restrictive than the edited pre-recorded version of a podcast, but I definitely feel like organically a live stream.
Was that link right, Mark? Oh yeah.
Yeah, it seemed to work all right. Gee, I'll I'll play it now.
As as I sit back, think about generations, invasion, human mutation, alien visitation, genetic manipulation. Reality I'm demonstrating, explaining about deadly liaison. Human hybrid stations invading, don't see fast erasing the beauty of human creation or civilization. Multiplication, victimize, some taste and bruise, atomic wars, fuck meaning of life. What we facing, harsh reality, this plastica. Global warming, melting Antarctica. Too much drama, who gets the karma? Cats dying faster than from asbestos plaster, blasted by bastards. Natural disasters, heavy casualty, counted casually. Pyramids were built to worship God, praise pharaohs. Illuminati use it as the heirloom. Oz first in by aboriginal, spiritual visionary, well turned digitally, pitifully taken over by taking jobs. Man versus machine, government like, what more do you want? To keep us ignorant, knowledge is infinite. With the infidel, soldiers spitting shell. Round world, people still rape little girls. Playing shit in bombs, licking shots, popping clogs, keeping us awake. More than lightning shots on news before 11 o'clock.
Oh, that was good. Did everyone hear that all right?
Yeah, heard it.
That's pretty good, G. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you're already showing off your editing then too. That's what I loved about it.
We might have been getting a bit of feedback there, or I was getting it on my end. I don't know.
I think someone might have had, I don't know, probably needed to turn the lights off.
Probably.
I muted mine. I think that might have been what it was, Just playing back.
I ended up muting mine as well, yeah.
Maybe I should have muted mine too.
Oh, no, that's all good, but not my cup of tea. Paul doesn't like alien manipulation and genetic.
Hello.
He doesn't like the world.
I don't know how to say that.
Little girls.
Zoki?
Zorokai, I think it's
Zorokai.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I definitely. I know that I'm gonna have to do the restream or replay and show Ryan that, because as much as Ryan dresses up like what I would call a Hicktown cowboy, or a concrete cowboy, because he's from the Bay Area, the East Bay Area though, not the actual ocean. He loves hardcore rap music, and like you see him and you're like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, he loves every bit of it. So I know that he's going to be all, what?
We used to be heavily into it. We used to get beats sent to us by people from Ireland, obviously Australia, England, America. We collabed with a couple of people in America back in the day, so we had people in America bumping our stuff and working with them.
I will be searching for it. We will be playing.
That's why I say was, because it's kind of like haven't even wrote in a few years. Doing like obviously YouTube and stuff, but
but it sounds like something that would be fun to collaborate with you on. At least use you like a sounding board, because it's something that you've already done before. So I think that it would be fun. I think that it might spark a little creativity,
sometimes when I hear a really cool beat and I'm listening to someone else, I just start getting some words come into my head and stuff. But I don't really.
I'm over here with a symbol. I'm over here with the syllables, breaking down syllables of words. Like, how many syllables can I fit in between these two beats? That and where can I do the crisscross, the switch up where I can leave a pause and then drop a word and then do stuff like that. Not necessarily words yet, but yes, 100% know exactly what you mean by just hearing something and getting inspired.
We used to live that life as well, like go to shows and do the ciphers and stuff. And,
See, and that's what my friend's doing right now. Like, he's a big part of the hip hop, West Coast hip hop culture, and he does ciphers quite a bit, and he always sends me invites like, hey, just in case if you want to come, like, because he's heard me before too. Like I'd be sitting just listening to them play something, and I'd be like, it would sound better if you said da 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 da, and they go, damn, I wish I would have thought about that shit. Like, that's a good one. Let me write that down. Like, they're like, you give shit away for free all the time. I'm like,
just egos and stuff got in the way, and it made it a little bit. But the people I used to record with, one of the guys used to always go, because he had the setup. He used to make sure his vocals were really good because he had the stuff that he could go and lay them down again until he was happy. We had kind of like, you know, only certain opportunities to go and record, and then sometimes like there's a lot of background noise, and like you're not happy with how you sounded, and then like his stuff would sound good, and just too many people with too many ideas of wanting to do it their own way, and unfortunately as well, there was just a lot of drama involved, and it's pretty competitive. So
this guy on
unfortunately didn't really go anywhere of such. I do have a MySpace page that I have some stuff still on, and a lot of stuff are on other people's computers, so I don't have access to it. I believe I have
some guy called it
a dude I used to work with, and it had like a song with all of us on it, and there's a couple that I put on YouTube, but
some guy called it excuse me. He called it producer porn yesterday, when you overproduce a song to the point where you're like, leave no space for an actual rapper to be able to come in when you lay too many layers of basically sound in a song. It becomes too hard for someone to rap over.
Sometimes people ad lib too much and stuff as well, and it just takes away from what it was. But,
it feels way too rehearsed, way too. I told him it's a 3-in-1 is what we used to call it. Like, it was like, you just put 3 songs in one. Now let's break that down. Let's add some breath.
That's why I liked Wu-Tang. When the Wu-Tang Clan first came out, they were very raw. They like RZA, when he was producing songs, sometimes he would use trash cans or sounds he would hear and enjoy and put it into songs. And then because they still used studios, but the way they performed was very raw. And I like Wu-Tang now, but when they first come out, they were very raw and unpolished, which is what made them unique and what they are. But everyone I guess does stuff in life that doesn't necessarily go the direction they want.
He's actually still working. He works with Ghostface Killah and Killah Priest. So the fact that I've got to meet them, hang out with them, like literally mind blown. What the holy fuck?
Ghostface Killah. Yeah. I like both of them.
Pretty damn cool.
Ghostface Killah's more my cup of tea, but
I mean, I was okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I can't say that I've ever felt like fangirled out on an artist, because half the times that I met them, I was like, that's Steve. What are you talking about? Who is that? That's Steve. Because that's what he told me his name was. I didn't know who he was. I didn't realize that, because 80s, 90s, I wasn't paying attention to MTV because of the faces. I was watching the dance moves. I was watching the choreography. I was listening to the music. I was seeing the whole production. I wasn't really paying attention to faces. Come to find out, I've known these people for years, partied with them, hung out with them, had, ciphers like you're talking about, sit down and have conversations about where, hey, what about this? What about, putting yourself in this position, or change up this or that, Did not realize that I was having full conversations with these people, and then come years down, I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? That's you the whole time. I'm like, you didn't know. Why? I take you at face value. I'm just having a conversation. Like, I'm probably never going to see you again. Like, that's the mindset, when I sit down and have the conversation.
When I was really into it, I was, kind of studying it a little bit, or just, I mean, I'm still really into it. I just don't do it personally myself. I mean, I have
more of a hobby instead of a job.
I've had enough stuff going on, but I mean, this year's been great for music. We've had Leaf Dog from UK. He released an album. We had Killer Mike, who Brad was speaking about before. He was part of Run the Jewels. He brought out an album that's pretty damn good. Flip Tricks, who's a part of the 4 Hours. There's 4 of them from UK. They're pretty damn. Flip Tricks owns a label that High Focus. But if you know Rag and Bone Man, he was on that label once upon a time, and he's done a lot of music with people I like Dirty Dyke and Ocean Wisdom. But Flip Tricks album is awesome. And he was talking about, like Mark was talking about astral projection, and he was getting into that stuff. Flip Tricks is very into that. I think he moved to Belgium or somewhere like that. He was born in London, but he owns the label with High Focus. He's a rapper himself, but he moved there so he can get away from frequencies and he can live a clean life. He lives in the mountains. He said when he comes back now to UK, because he performs and the rest of it, that he can really feel now the differences from the frequencies like Wi-Fi and stuff like that, how it affects us always. But so now he's so away from that so much with his family. When he comes back, he can like really feel it a lot more strongly because we were talking about depression, stuff like that. A lot of this stuff can affect us, because she was talking about manifesting and how I feel good today, or I'm happy today because I want to be happy. But a lot of this electrical stuff really does. I look like I'm bloody Jesus at the moment or something.
You see me trying to hide.
Look like a bloody alien.
I look down, I see how bright my face is, and I'm like,
bit overexposed,
No, this is my normal form.
No, you elevated. You showed us another part of yourself, and now you're elevated.
But I was just going to say the last album that came out for me personally and is Dizzy Rascal, who does grime and stuff like that.
So a lot of the rappers and artists that you're talking about, I only know them from watching UK TV shows. Like having them be like the music that's playing, I'll be like, Shazam!
Dizzy
Who
Rascal,
is this? Like,
Dizzy Rascal is popular in Australia, very popular in Australia actually, and is in America a bit more now. Because a lot of America, the hip hop and stuff, a lot of people don't expose themselves to rap outside of America. So yeah, it's just it's just.
I love UK rap though. I always have.
Yeah. So, when it comes to the 4 Hours, they're more underground because they're fairly conscious and stuff with what they say. Obviously, the radio doesn't normally want to push positive messages.
And those are the ones I want to hear. The ones where you're like, listen to this album. Don't tell me when you have it. Yeah.
Stuff that goes against the agenda and stuff. They don't normally want to put that on radio because they don't really want people to be conscious. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but they don't want people to really like. They want something that's just catchy, like, oh, I'm in my car. Oh, this is a lovely little tune.
Oh yeah, no, but, and like I
complex.
Well, I brought up like the emo style pop culture music that's going around now, like NF and Black Bear, and like it's not so much all rap. They can actually sing. A lot of rappers will tell you like, I don't sing, I'm just a rapper. And then a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not a rapper, I just sing. And the fact that these guys are multi-talented and can kind of put that together, do that mix between spoken word rap, mumble rap, where mumble rap is like 15 words per second, and a lot of people will talk crap about. I'm like, dude, I feel like if you can put that many syllables in that short amount of time, you are talented, but make it make sense. Like, don't
feel like mumble
just
rap
have it be.
Was born on lean, which is like cough syrup and like alcohol mixed together. So it doesn't,
because everything's slow the fuck down. Yeah.
The cough syrup adds more of a sort of a more drugged out effect to that. I feel like, and Lil Wayne and stuff are from that sort of culture. That's that part of it, but he is a lot more lyrical and intelligent when it comes to it. And then you have the people that just kind of. They mumble or whine in a certain way, and it's like meant to be music or whatever. Well, you don't understand it, but like they seem like they're having a good time, but I'm sure the come down's pretty hard on them.
Right.
But
I definitely like the social change.
I know a fair bit about American rap, obviously, because it's most popular. I do know. I have watched documentaries and been involved in Australian hip hop. And then because I obviously am from England, I didn't have a huge. I'm influenced by it, but I wasn't there to sort of grow up in that hip hop environment where I did here in
It was way
Australia.
more
But
underground though
yeah,
when you were younger, right? Like way
yeah,
underground.
Am I
sort of
hearing you guys right?
yeah,
When you say mumble rap, as
mumble. As in like they yeah, you'd have to hear it to kind of understand it. That
it's basically taking out half of the syllables for each word and just very much making short words out of, like, instead of saying I don't care, I don't know means I don't know. So it's like shoving them together so that it sounds like its own language, similar.
Yeah.
As that's pretty much the only way that I, as someone who sings,
which is a bit of a disrespect, really, because hip hop is raised on
because Eminem can make full syllables and put it on the bounce and throw it back in your face and spit out how many words and yeah. Well, I mean, and the sad reality is it's coming out that a lot of these mumble rap guys can't sing, can't rap. Like, they take off the auto-tune, they take out all the layering that these guys produce over their voices, and it's seriously the look, the vibe, the social media wow surrounding this person is how they make them famous. Like, they don't have to actually be talented. And again, it breaks my heart, but it reminds me of like the 30s, 40s, and the 50s. Like, they didn't have to be talented when you saw them in person doing it because someone was behind a curtain doing it for them. Like, that's what a lot of, and I mean, we have to admit in society that we run out of ideas and that we have to refresh old ideas, and that if you don't do it in a way that catches your eye, yes. It's just, if it doesn't catch your eye or it doesn't catch your ear, it doesn't make you want to listen to it 500 times. Like, there's so much content out there right now. There's nothing I need to listen to 500 times before I get it. And I think that's what's the issue, is that if it's more than a minute and a half that I have to dedicate my time to this, again, my time is worth money.
Yes. Some of the worst branding.
Yes.
There's these days some of these American rappers coming out. Yeah, the branding and stuff is very weird, and it's like it's kind of trying to be shock value just to obviously names and images. It's like, oh, let me act like look like a prostitute or something and make it my image or whatever male equivalent. There's I can't even remember his name. I did watch a couple of his songs just to see who he is. But he was wearing like a G-string the other day and stuff, and it's just like, I swear they're just doing that for attention a lot of times. It's just how it is. Well, yeah, the people I listen to are like the more people I listen to, like the 4 hours, you can tell they were raised on very like technical and just they know their rap and stuff. Like Leaf Dog works with a lot of people from America, but people that you would want to work with, like absolute legends in the music scene. So yeah,
I mean, there's one rapper out there, I can't even tell you what his name is right now, that I would love to listen to and have a knack for listening to him, because he does that rap spoken word singing. Is because he uses, like I would, he's using Beethoven as his, like, yes, he's sampling, but he is using Beethoven and off the top of his head making a song about Beethoven. The whole Astronaut song is the song written by Beethoven called Astronaut when he was 5 years old. That's what he's sampling, that whole thing. It's just up the key and slowed the tempo or quickened the tempo, and now he has a song out of it. Like, to me, that's very inventive. You're also bringing back culture, and you're paying your dues by highlighting the classics. Like, that's why I love Etta James, Nina Simone. I am all about 80s, 90s R&B and everything before that, soul, blues, and soul music, is because that's like the heartbeat, the emotional connection music to me. Jazz music, these telling a story type songs, the singer songwriter type, which to me is almost like complete opposite of rap. But at the same time, rap is a singer songwriter genre. Like they come up with their own music, they come up with their own style. They have to, because especially in America, you can throw a rock in Atlanta or in LA or in Portland or in New York and hit a rapper. You know, you can, or someone who is predominant in their circle as a rapper and good at what they do. Just like comedians, you know, you have to have your own niche, and if you don't have that, you can't go stand in the same room as someone like Eminem or, you know, Heavy D. You know, going even further back into our history, you know, like you said, Wu-Tang Clan. You know, you're not going to step into the same realm as those people. And again, watching a lot of this, the Illuminati stuff that you're speaking about, watching and looking into a lot of those other things, and it's like, we've been screaming that about Hollywood forever. They're just mimicking what's already been done. It worked for so long, and now they're just going to mimic it and then bring it into a different
That's why for the people that aren't sort of conscious enough or don't want to look into it, they will look to mainstream media, which is when Lee was on, we was talking about it. That's owned, the mainstream media is owned only by a select few, and they own multiple media in multiple countries, news and whatever. So of course you're not going to get it there. And then,
I mean, Nina Simone was strung out on opium, sitting behind a lab, you know, behind a piano, telling everyone, national television, this is all fake. This is all a Mossad. They never want me to do this. They've never called me to do these things. They're just doing this because you, the people out there, complained enough to make me sit here and do this. I don't want to do this, but here we go. Let's sing another song.
If you want to work out who's in a select club, really, you look into people that are quite famous, but then all of a sudden they're in every film, or if it's music, they're winning awards, or they're on the award shows.
And again, I only watch them for Ricky Gervais.
Their music being pushed in radio a lot or whatever. You know, it's pretty much, and only a few select people sort of slip through the cracks and get that popular and that big with being independent. A lot of them are more underground, where you'll have to go on YouTube or whatever to see their content.
SoundCloud, I remember that. I remember when SoundCloud was like Rapper's Delight. You know, like
SoundCloud.
It was the place where we went.
Reverb Nation. There was
my dad's on that.
There's
I mean, if it's gonna get you, obviously look at producers. When you get a manager, you pay that manager a lot of money to find you the producers that are going to put you on the spot, that are going to give you that niche that we're talking about. And those producers are dwindling down because anyone can sample something. Anyone could get a soundboard or a beat pad, you know, and create something out of something that's already been created.
There used to be the Fruity Loops or whatever, and other programs like that where you could quite easily sample stuff together and create stuff. But
I'm pretty sure there's a known rapper right now that started on GarageBand on the iPad.
There's definitely some producers that they didn't learn how the old ones did. They learned on some of these programs that have just like all these crazy sounds and samples and whatever.
Oh, look, preset one. Oh, I made a song.
Yeah, pretty much. But
I get sick and tired of hearing what sounds like the same pattern. Like I have immense pattern recognition, and so when I hear something that's just a twinge different, I have friends. I'm like, I know you'll like this. Let me send this to you. Hey, wait, I know you'll like this. Let me send this to you. And I've helped a few people get noticed and get seen and get jobs and get venues. Yeah. Just because I heard something a little different.
People are creative these days.
That isn't just trying to mimic another person.
Scared to be creative. They would just copy and paste. So a lot of people are too scared to be. But then you don't want to be too different when you're being different just for views, because people like to watch a train wreck.
Certain amount of content, and that's exactly what they were saying on that YouTube short or think video that Mark shared with us, was that you don't want to go too unique, but you don't want to go too basic. Like you want to find
you need to be yourself. You need to be yourself,
and even when
you're
not finding the happy medium, you'll eventually get a following that, again, like I said, will want to watch your life in 37 episodes / whatever videos of you sharing who you are and what you do. And again, though, I feel like I sing the same 8 songs because I haven't yet had someone go, "Hey, can you sing this?" And then I go, "Okay, but I'm not gonna sing it like that person." And I that's the fear, especially when it's a request.
So
I know
balance.
Mark's gonna give me, Mark's gonna give me great advice about ignoring it and just doing what I feel is right. I know he's gonna give it to me, but I know that there are some artists that are just making it, and if I step on their toes now, it's one thing, but there are greats out there that still roam this earth that I don't want to botch their song by making my own version of it. So can you give me a little time? I mean, cross my fingers, hope and all that, they live very much longer lives. But a lot of the music that I sing, the artists have passed or they're up in, that age bracket where they're may pass soon. And I want to pay my respects, and I want to pay, homage to them and the treacherous road that they beat down for me to be able to walk down. But ain't nothing paved in gold over here in this bitch. So it's not like I'm gonna make that one good recover or cover a song or remake a song and boom, I'm gonna hit it. I'm sure I'd climb in a hole and hide until it, the feeling faded, because I'm not here for that kind of publicity. But I'm so happy to pass that buck to my friends who are like on that cusp, or like, I need I'm like, here you go. And they're like, no way. And yeah, so I have a few friends that I call them friends because I've helped them, and half of them don't even know that I have. Half of them don't realize, like, they're literally like, wait a minute, how do you even find out about me? And my friend's like, oh, I just came across your page, because that's the agreement we have. They don't mention me, and I don't mention them, because if it doesn't go right, I don't want them to yell at me. So don't go giving me praise, because I ain't taking a licking when I'm wrong. So, and believe me, I'm usually, 1 out of 10 I'm right. So, there's 9 artists out there that had a fluke song that I heard, and I was like, and I'll give them a chance, and then it didn't work out with my friends. But at the same time, it's because that one guy is floating on clouds right now, and providing for his family and his team, his production team that's been with him for 6 years. And ironically, it's thriving because he chose sobriety, and I'm happy for him. I'm glad for him. It is a hard reality to be in the limelight like that when it comes to a rap persona and who you are as an artist when it comes to rap. And
it's anyone
having
who's
that
really
disconnect
under the public eye is going to definitely be hard. Like,
well, I mean, Americans look at rappers a different way, though. We look at them like, you need to live what you're rapping, not. You're not gonna have a guy up there rapping about SAT scores.
But also rap has always been like an observational, like you're talking about your environment, really. So people like Ice Cube, he wasn't going around shooting and stuff, because otherwise he'd be the dude in jail sitting there, next to Bubba and having a good time. but like, he's obviously just singing the songs and making the music about what he sees. Obviously, some of them.
So does Ice Cube go with Ice-T?
He does sometimes.
There's a huge
sometimes
joke
they go
about
in
that.
Sometimes it goes into a certain glass or whatever together.
There's huge jokes about that when Ice Cube was first coming up, and Ice-T would make comments about how they're not in the same weight class, and they never will be, because Ice-T was literally around and poignant. I mean, Ice-T is still poignant now. I know people who are 100% diehard, will watch Law and Order for the rest of their lives as long as Ice-T is on that show, because of what a huge.
He was actually pretty good in that show. He
he was.
He didn't try to be cool,
Well, they based his character not so loosely on his personal life. He did have a falling out with his son. He did have him come back into his life. His son was gay. His son was attacked. They're a part of that show. that do depict his life. And he told people that I think that's the only reason people are going to keep watching this show with me in it, is that if you depict my real story, because I've always been transparent, and if it's out in the limelight, I'm gonna step up and I'm gonna say, yes, this is what it is and that's what it is. But other than that, he's always been super private. Ice Cube literally tells people, I took my cue from Ice-T. I keep my personal life out of the media. I keep my personal business to myself, because you can ruin every opportunity by one little snippet.
Like looking like Britney Spears type, and little Lindsay Lohan, where's she been for a while? Probably
actually
she hasn't been taking crack.
She's come back a few times. Like there's a TV show I guess she's in that had a lot of the characters that she played with in teen years. But I think the stories that were coming out in the late 90s about the way that child stars were being treated in the United States.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they had
showed a lot of light, but the media ate it up. They just ate it up. Yeah, it was. We like to see car accidents, and yeah.
Certain people.
Like I said, I watch trash TV.
I remember Elijah Woods. He said in regards to like Corey Feldman talking about those adult parties, because they're kids in Hollywood and they go into adult sort of situations.
Justin Bieber's coming out about his too.
He said he said the reason Elijah Woods this is said he wasn't involved in none of that like child predatory behavior on children, because his parents didn't allow him to go to that sort of stuff.
Yep,
this is why he wasn't sort of exposed to that. But
other than like you said, Britney Spears' parents that paid them and paid other people to invite them to those type of things and involve them into those.
The reason they're not hounding their kids for a paycheck really is because they've got paid elsewhere. They've got paid to
they extorted the shit out of them.
Yeah. So it's just.
And again, I can't I can knock it in the sense of you ruined a child, but at the same time, it's a capitalist system. They work the system like the system is meant to work. And that's the disgusting part about it. Is we as Americans want to consume content, good or bad. We want to consume it. We don't know how to fill our time. Like Brad said, he cut all social media out of his life, and he found better ways of getting that dopamine when it is in your face, on your wrist, in your face. You're gonna see it. You're gonna hear it. You're gonna become. What was I was telling my sister this 17 days in a row to build a habit, good or bad. 17 days. If you do it for 15 days and stop, you got to start all over again. So imagine how long it takes some of us to build these addictions to things that we don't even realize that we're doing. Like you go to work every day, you work 9 to 5, you have 2 days off. It will take you 6 months to become addicted to the drive you take, the coffee you pick, the lunch you choose. These are all, again, that marketing in your face. It's the billboards we see. It's the ads we see. Our phones are listening to us. Our devices are listening to us.
That's why I love that
fresh content in your brain.
Have you seen They Live, the film? When you put on these glasses, you see like through the bullshit basically. And when he puts on these glasses, it's like obey, and all the posters of like Coke and stuff is like obey, and it just has all these words like that are basically
the pixelated where your brain
explaining what the message is, not the image of such. But it's a really good film, and I didn't watch it when I was younger, but I watched it sort of, I don't know, maybe 5 or more years ago, but I've watched it a few times. It's brilliant. It's an older film, but that's also what's enjoyable about it. You end up seeing these like he ends up seeing these entities as well, though. But then everyone else is just seeing him as running around crazy, reacting to situations that don't seem normal. But he's seeing like they kind of look like zombies almost. They have no eyelids. They have like their no lips. They kind of almost see their skeleton through the like not really skin, and they're kind of green, so a little bit like old school zombie, but Yeah, he sees through all of that in the end.
Full on, we're an experiment. Yeah. Total plugs into the Matrix idea. Yeah.
There was one guy I heard about a while ago now. He, with his mobile phone, what he did was put a rubber band around it so that every time he had to use it, he would have to take the rubber band off. And eventually he taught himself not to respond to every little notification and things like that.
That's pretty good, because having there's something to resist it. It gives you that little bit more time to resist like that temptation or whatever.
Gives you your brain time to process and think, wait, why am I doing this? Why do I do this? Why am I doing this every 2 seconds? This is so annoying. Yeah.
It annoys me when I have it on charge, or have it like I know that I've kind of put it somewhere and I'm just doing stuff, get distracted and go to reach my pocket or whatever, or you go to turn around to grab it and then you're like, oh yeah, it's on charge or whatever. But that just shows me that I'm getting way too reliant. Just because if I want to look at the time, it's on there. If I want to message someone, it's on there. There's too many. Even if I want a torch, most of the time I use the torch on the phone. So it's so many. So then it's instantly, if I want to, know the time or want the torch, it's going for that one device. So I'm just constantly, even on here sometimes when, like, so if we're talking about stuff, I can look it up, which is kind of good but bad also. But yeah, I can just sort of look it up, so it's almost like I've got some notes there or something that I can react to try to be involved in it.
I have to go. My iPad's at 3%.
Righto. No worries.
But no, I'll be back. I'm just going to go for a minute because I'm going to put it on my iPad or my laptop. So I will stop the watch and I will be back in a minute. But I'm going to try and set up my microphone before I get back on and see what it sounds like, and then I'll be back. Give someone else some time to talk.
Take it away, Roger.
I'll be back.
Hi.
Tell us about your day, Roger.
Hi, everybody.
I'll be back.
And you'll be back, Miss Austin. I have to subscribe to. After this, subscribe to Brad, Mark, he made TikTok, G, Mrs. Austin as well, and her husband. Also to my brother Robert Firefly and me. I know my brother's 64 subs away, getting 500 subs to get monetized. I know that.
Roger said himself, and then he almost tried to backtrack. So
I self-helped him to get over 400, to push on beyond 400 subs initially anyhow.
Well, we've gone into this before. You've helped a lot of people, Roger. You've been even the old naked vlogger and so forth. You've been a huge supporter of a lot of people. So, that just to me that people should support you or whatever. They should show that love back because you do it to so many. Yeah, so that's why I always try to share you or involve you in that conversation.
Even if you just oh God, excuse me. Even if you just give a like or a thumbs up or even a small comment, it's still interaction on someone's page, and it doesn't take much.
I don't know, but people seem to ignore me because I don't really try to feud with many people. I know there's feuds going on, but if I have a problem with a person, I try to resolve it first up. Because I don't try to go to war against them, because I try to resolve the issue first. If not, I just brush them aside, like too Aussie. I try, every time I make a comment on his videos at one stage, somebody used to, one of his subscribers used to have a go at me, so I go in the back. Until I go on their side. That's why I didn't like him in the end. Because instead of tell people to quieten down, he used to take the people how to go to me side. So I decided to rushed to Aussie aside in the end. That's why I didn't like it. Because he used to have a go at me as well as the subscriber had a go at me.
Well, I've said it before, and we've spoke about it on like a few sort of separate occasions. You need to have a welcoming, if I can speak, environment for people to feel welcome and want to come and be involved. And that's what you're sort of saying. You wasn't felt welcome, and you didn't sort of either get stuck up or just tell people to knock it off and involved with trolls and stuff.
Said, knock it off.
A lot of us would give someone a benefit of the doubt. Let them, if they want to be a bit silly like that person earlier on, they eventually knocked it off or just went. So that's sort of what you want. They came in. You're going to have people like that. I mean, sometimes we're giving each other shit, but we know each other, so we can kind of like do it. But yeah, if you come in and
but there's
they
a difference.
Had their say, yeah, they was a little bit rude, but then we can step in and ban or time out or whatever. But
there's a difference. There's a way at having a joke with someone or having a go or something like that.
Yeah.
But the person that's having a go, even G would tell me and the person just to, even G would say, cool it.
Everyone has an opinion. We're not going to always agree, and they was a bit rude or whatever, or they just came in and wanted to cause a bit of issues, but then they had their say and they went. That's what you want. Like we've allowed them to have they can continue watching or whatever, but they've had their say. They've said what they wanted. They left. It's only if they keep on going when it starts becoming a problem, because it was a little bit off. It was a little bit nasty or off. And,
even you would have said, even that's all happened on your channel. Even you would have, G. There's sort of situation you G would have said, cool it. It's sort of situation like that. Even you G would have said, hey, cool it.
Well, that's why the old vlogger I used to sometimes step in and try and help the situation, but a lot of time, there's probably a little bit of playing a victim or just overreacting on third person's behalf, because you can let someone act sort of. You don't have to agree, or they can be nasty as long as they don't go too far. So you can give someone a bit of a opportunity to say or vent or whatever they want to do, but they're not going to be around if they just want to keep on causing issues. When I first started streaming, I had a few trolls and a few of the sort of early streams, and a few times I'd give a bit of banter back. They would say stuff, I'd do a little bit back, and it's more only when people start attacking other people I don't really like it. Like they can come and do it to me, but if they're annoying people in the chat or co-hosts or whatever, I want people to have like that safe environment to not sort of feel like they aren't allowed to be here or they don't want to be involved because I just sat there and just allowed them to be attacked and disrespected. Someone's not really going to want to come back and join in if I've just sat there and done nothing. So sort of step in and put them in timeout, or I've had to ban or whatever people, unfortunately. So
it's everywhere, G. It's not just you. The latest episode that the Y-Files has released was about the Knights Templar, and it was really fun. It was really fun and entertaining for me. I learned stuff, and I don't know if you watched it at all. It goes for 55 minutes. It's a long one. But at the end, he talks about one of the guys who got in contact with him. Yep, he's back. She's back. We've got her back.
I'm hoping I'm not too loud, because it's reading that it's coming off the microphone a little loud.
A little bit of dropping out. There is some background noise.
I'll turn it off.
No,
it's the fan. It's the fan. I'll have to have that. I can't turn the fan off right now. Brian's sleeping.
Have you got the noise cancelling on?
I do, but it says that it's not.
Oh, she's gone.
feedback coming.
So with the Y-Files, was you going to say he had some people being quite upset about his content? With that
yeah. Well, especially with the episode, because what he's been doing lately, sometimes he'll just go on and do an impromptu live stream, which is really good.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, and then they do. Then they'll do the Y-Files backstage, and it's just
I remember
all of the crew on talking, and I think they do that once a month, and it's really good. But what he's started doing lately is reading the scripts, unedited. So he'll just read through the scripts, and he says up front, "This is the script for next week. It's not finalized, it's not edited or anything, it's just a raw read through." And he had a guy contact him who is a descendant from the Knights Templar, and it was real interesting. And anyway, my point is, what he talked about, if you go over and read what's on Reddit about the Y-Files, he said there's people in one camp who either like us or the other camp that totally hate us. And whether that's him...
Instead of just ignoring him or whatever, they want to come and still be involved but just be negative about it. Or
regardless.
You do get that, funny enough. You said it quite well, that you do get those two, and they still want to be involved and have their say, but they don't want to sort of be with you. They don't want to sort of be involved in a decent way, a positive way.
Yeah, I mean, when I watch something on YouTube, I watch it for the content that the person has created. I don't necessarily want to go and talk about it on Reddit or another platform or Discord or I mean, I'll engage with people, but there's only so much I can engage with, and I like you, I do appreciate that they have a difference of opinion or a different way of looking at it. That's part of life. But we just can't. You can't spend your life totally agreeing or disagreeing.
Yeah, exactly.
We all do it.
Way too much censoring these days when they're in that situation. You have to let people have a little bit of a say, otherwise, because a lot of people can't handle trolls for whatever reason. I guess they can't it's probably those people that can't really look outside the box that we're talking about. People that don't want to listen to other people's experiences about whatever, and they don't want to take that as truth. A lot of those people probably can't handle trolls, but I've always tried to give trolls a chance to let them vent or let them have a cry, and then see if there's any sort of similarities or stuff you want to talk about after.
That just brings me to that John Lennon song. All I'm saying is give trolls a chance.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I might even get engaged in certain content or whatever that I may not come across the best at first or whatever, but it's like, after a while, if people, you give those trolls a chance, they either do what that one did earlier and just can't handle what they're doing back, they'll go, and there's some people that will try and challenge you a little bit more.
Or as I said to Mrs. Austin earlier, they're looking for that reaction. That's what people do. Some people just thrive on that reaction they get from you going, blah,
Yeah, well, she handled it very well, as well.
And
the funny thing is, Mrs. Austin didn't say anything. The funny thing is, Mrs. Austin didn't, but then me and Brad started up. So she did. Brad had a few good ones as well, so good on him. He
did.
That probably made that person go, "Oh, I'm not welcome. I'm not welcome." But it's like, yeah, you're not welcome because you came in doing that. Well, you're attacking one of us, which isn't going to make the rest of us like. We're not going to sort of be happy with that either. So you attack one person, you're attacking everyone, really.
Mm. Yeah, but
oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi. Funny enough, because a lot of times I'm logged into Funkin' Hungry on my phone, and obviously that's where I'm getting a lot of notifications. I've got my personal on like my Xbox and on my laptop, and then I rotate from that to G the Hypersapien to check. But also I've got YouTube Studio on my phone, so I can flip through the different accounts to look at notifications and analytics, and then on the actual YouTube app, most of the time I've got Funkin' Hungry, so I just sub to him on Funkin' Hungry because when you miss the notifications, you kind of forget about them a bit. But yeah, I do like Knights Templar looking into that kind of stuff myself as well.
Have you watched the latest episode at all of Y-Files?
Why'd you do that? I better put it on the big screen.
You need one.
Character punching the air with fist on his.
It shows it.
There you go, guys.
I appreciate that, though. Thank you very much.
You need one. You need a troll one that's like climb back under your bridge or something. I think that one might sell out. I think that button might get broke for me.
I need to draw like a troll under the bridge, and we can make it an emoji or something somehow.
Yeah, that's like making a full-on members emoji. Like you get to use it. No one else.
I do have
enjoy that part about TikTok.
Character.
If I subscribe to you, that I have member-only stuff. I do enjoy that. That does make me feel like a part of your community, a part of that my input is not just And I'm sorry, I think I've said this on here before. I get tired. I get tired of doing it for free, and I don't mean that in a sense.
I've done it all.
I paid my dues. I paid my dues. I've been there. I've done that. Yeah.
Because a
lot
of
people, I feel about the
just
and stuff like that. So
a lot of people ask me to do commissions, and even when I've done used to draw more, people would ask for commissions. But they ask for it, but then they seem to kind of want you just to do it for nothing. And like you just said, I've done it all my life, and I've learnt skills. I've gone to art school and stuff even, and I know there's better artists than me, but also artists is, subjective or whatever. It's something that you personally can be different from one person to the other. You can both see the same image or play whatever picture, whatever type of art it is, and have different emotional reaction to it. So, a lot of people say, "Oh, your art's good," but the type of person I am, I always see the imperfections of the stuff I could have done more.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, we should create a little troll character.
I'm paying you $2.99 for my sticker, and you you were like, you don't have to do that. You understand that this is advertising for me. I write off sitting here with you for 3 hours for advertising because I am, like Brad said, I am my brand, and I do sell I sell my services by sharing about said services, and I can't do that without having a platform. And your platform with your subscribers, please don't run over to my page and follow me. Please don't subscribe. I'm just stating that I'm capable of, and in the sense, this is me paying back. This is me paying it forward in my said community of small business and online. Don't be afraid to throw out those ideas that could take you somewhere. That really could. I'm happy to share and give my input, and I appreciate you guys for giving me the platform, you and Mark both giving me the platform.
And that's why sometimes I just that's why sometimes I let people speak, just also I appreciate it, but also I don't expect it. But also that being said, I've always appreciated yourself and Roger and Mark.
The half smile, That's the reason I did
appreciate you all being here. And
smile. I was gonna be like, wholly uncomfortable, but I love it.
Yeah, I bet you wanted. Yeah, you wanted. You was watching me for the response or whatever. Like,
I was looking at the screen because it's so small.
Yeah, what I was going to say is as well in regards to what you were speaking on. I feel like this is a place and that anyone can share. That's why I always say if someone new comes on, and we've done that for a while. We've always supported other people, but a place where someone else can drop a link. There's probably a little bit disrespectful if people come in and drop them and go, or those people that want a bit of a shout out. But
yeah,
it is what it is. Normally, we've had really good people that we've helped and wanted, like Lee and Brad and other people that have came in and supported me, or we've wanted and pushed them to share their stuff, or someone else can share it for them. Drop those links. So it gives us something sort of to talk about and look into that we might not know about if someone new comes in and wants us to look at our content and the rest of it. So we've had some interesting people we've came across because of it.
Yeah, and I know that without even Roger, Roger does his content, and I know that we all share. We always take a moment, especially Roger.
No worries, Mark.
Oh, I didn't realize what his name was until right now because everything was so small. Oh no!
You're like, who's the man from Mars?
Yeah, I didn't realize his name was Man from Mars until right now. I was like, who's that talking in the chat? But like Roger, he always gives everybody a shout out before the end of it. And for a minute there, when we were chatting with Roger and stuff like that, Ryan was like, who's Roger again? I was like, and then I showed him the video of you and Bravo 5 Live, and he goes, oh, the drink review guys, the food. I'm like, yeah. Like he didn't correlate the fact that, so it's like, as much as we think we put our faces on YouTube, people know who we are because we have channels and it's linked or it's added or it's shared in the chat.
Like you've seen them do reviews, but it might take them a second to say, oh.
So this is just another opportunity to share that and give that, and I appreciate it, 100% appreciate it. And I know I love it when Roger does it because he does it 2 or 3 times through the night, and I'm like, I'll see. I don't even have to do my own advertising. Roger does it for me. Like, it's awesome.
Roger's like the advert sometimes.
He is.
The interlude or whatever.
3-minute ad break in between. He's like, oh yeah, and follow this guy, and follow this guy, and follow this guy. It's like, I love it.
And that's why I like having mods as well, because other people can throw in links as they want, or if I'm not quick enough to be able to grab one, someone else can do it. So that's what's awesome as well.
So I had to give you a sticker because I made a promise to Roger. As soon as he gets his, my very first super chat is gonna be to Roger. So that's why I sent you a sticker and not the super chat.
No. Send it to my brother. He's the brains of the reviews. My brother is.
Okay, well then
he's the brains.
Simultaneously post a super chat to both of your pages. How about that? But I already told you, like, you were going to be my first super chat. I told you if you left your shirt on, I would give a super chat to your page, and I am not a liar, so I keep my word. But yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I'll super chat. I'm like, nope. I told Roger I would send him my very first super chat, so I got to keep my promise. Roger's like, no. Roger, I'm gonna send you a super chat because every time I tell you not to be my advertiser, man, and you still are. So I'm gonna send you a super chat.
Yeah, Roger's gonna get all the super chats.
I'm gonna send you a super chat to pay to be my advertiser, man.
You see, if I offered him money, he wouldn't accept it. I bet if I'll buy him a beer or whatever, like.
That's what I was thinking. Like if I do a super chat, maybe I could put my super chat will be like a drink review.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Try a new drink.
Because I'm sure there's new stuff out that you don't necessarily know could be out.
Here's
and the other thing is I would love to see Roger.
You mean Robert Fluffalo Half Brothers?
I would love to see you guys do.
I didn't know that. You've never mentioned it before.
I want to see them do one of those Tim Tam Slam milkshake reviews, like they do the milkshake review.
Tim Tam Slams, yeah, they do it. Dunking a warm drink and then yeah.
I'd love to see Roger and Robbo do that.
Milkshake one. It's the Tim Tam milkshake, whatever. Like it's supposed to you're supposed to put it in there long enough to freeze it, and then eat it, and like gives you brain freeze.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I want an honest review on how good it is. And I know that you guys are when it comes to drinks and stuff like that, like you both have your own perspective of it, but it melds well. Like G's up here like giving all the ingredients and giving me everything, like he's giving me all the facts, and then he gives me his review, and like he'll give me his past review and his current review, and like so he's having to just chat with the thing. So
that's why sometimes I try to say my
chit chat back and forth.
I try to say my initial sort of reaction, but then sometimes I know sometimes I've had stuff later on. I'm like, this is sort of like I like it, or it's a different reaction than it was earlier.
Yeah.
Because like on your taste buds can be a bit different, so that's why I try to give a bit of a summary at the end. But a lot of times it sounds like I'm waffling on and like senile and just saying the same stuff over and over.
Well, no, because like you're like, I think in the moment you're like, how exactly did this taste the last time I tried it? Like I can see the wheels working when you're talking about it. You're like, I've had this before, and I think this was my thing. And I know that you're in your mind going, what episode was that? What about
this year? I'm going to be a little bit more.
Video, did I say that?
I'm going to be a little bit more harsher with like
that and put it in. Yeah.
With ratings, I'm going to be a little bit harsher just because I feel like I've tried so many.
Right.
I've tried so many places. I feel like I had a bit of a different standard now. So I really enjoyed that Big Mac I had, that double or whatever one, but I still gave it a 7 because at the end of the day, I feel like McDonald's and stuff can only be a certain level. When it starts getting a little bit higher than that, it's better be bloody good, But I've tried, some really good places, like I was mentioning earlier, local restaurants that work their asses off. Only a few people, but they put out better food.
How
franchise?
For me, I don't know about you guys. For me, when I get like takeaway or something like that, if it's half cold, like quite often, I will come. If I come home and I open it, it's not hot enough. I'll jam it in the microwave because for me,
or the air fryer these days.
Yeah. For me, if it's not hot enough, it just doesn't taste like it should.
No.
And I feel like as well, hotness comes with freshness. Like you don't feel it's quite fresh, or it doesn't have that warming. It doesn't have that. Because when food starts going a bit cold, like those chips or those burgers or whatever aren't going to be that good. And when I had, I know Mick loves his bloody Guzman and Gomez, and when I had it, like cold chips, the burrito was fairly cold. The chips were mushy in it, so it was okay. It was fairly tasty, but I couldn't say how amazing it was when it just wasn't giving me that wow factor, and that was because it was cold, some of it.
But isn't that half the, or not half, but isn't that part of the sensory? Well, not just that, but I think that guy that did Super Size Me talked about it, where McDonald's.
I think I know what you're saying.
Michael,
They put the buns especially have when they're hot, or I think it's the fat or something, when it's hot. I could be totally wrong here. But when it's fat, it's designed to make you, give you, I suppose, an endorphin hit.
Yeah, it gives you some. And that's what I was sort of touching on. It definitely gives you. I feel like it works your sensories or whatever. You feel. It's like you were saying with fat. When the burger is grilled and hot and a nice temperature, that fat is basically like an oil on it, so it sort of coats your mouth and it tastes nice. When that goes a little bit cold, that fat's going to solidify. It's going to have more of a greasy sort of feel in your mouth, and it's a little bit about mouthfeel that's going to coat your mouth and not just sort of seep into your taste buds and satisfy you. It's going to be a little bit of this bad feeling and texture. That's why I tried to go into sometimes textures and stuff like that, because you have that sort of mouthfeel as well. Some stuff feels satisfactory and some stuff doesn't. Oh, here we go. Did you want to play that at all, Mark? Tim Tam review slam?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, just let me bring that up.
If you don't mind.
No, not at all.
2 or 3 years ago, me and Rob, he did the sort of slam towards the end of the video a little bit.
Hey, Ryan.
I was living at my old place before I moved.
He's already headed back. I was trying to get him to come show off his haircut. He got me the other day. He said he got his haircut and he goes, "Okay, now tell me the truth. Do you like it?" And I said, "No, I love it. I know that you like your haircut this certain way." And he's like, went and took a shower because it's covered on all crap. When you go to the barber and get it, shaved down pretty good. And he comes on and sits down.
Hope it gets well seen, Ryan.
And he goes, babe, I used to get this haircut every week while in the military. It's exactly the same haircut I got. And I went, yeah, I know. But I know that's how you like your hair. And he goes, yeah, it is. I like my hair too.
This is the rascals themselves.
And he's like, I know.
Have a look. Get a load of these two guys. Here we go.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna click mute.
This is that's
about.
And Roger the Pirate. Today we're going to do Tim Tam's.
That's about 3 or 4 years back.
Chili flavour. Made with irresistible real chocolate.
I'll just pause it there for a second and just point out that's really good, clear audio. That's perfect audio that you want for a review like this.
How does it say? Anything interesting says here?
Oh. Yeah, it's called down, so, and also get people to read the ingredients. What else?
I think it's also in English and French.
I was partially blind.
I can't read too well. French, but yeah.
He can read, but he needs to
speak French. Can read the French part.
Yep.
Speak and read French, whatever.
Ryan needs his contacts because he knows he can't read.
So anyway, opening up. It's a limited edition. I bought this a little while ago, so I'm not sure if they're still around. So
isn't it Arnott's Australian brand though?
Yes. I believe they are. I'm not 100% sure, but anyway.
Here's what they look like.
They look like your regular Tim Tam Bicky. Got dark chocolate, so that's probably the only difference.
What does that look like on the side? The Tim Tam chili flavour, of course. Chocolate.
Bloody Tim Tam.
Dark chocolate. Not so much the chili. Oh, there we go. There's a bit of a tickle.
Yeah, little tickle.
Stop my words.
The chili one comes in a wave, like a back of the tongue sort of wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt my throat for some reason.
Okay, so Tim Tams are undoubtedly Australian. Another thing that Australians like to do with Tim Tams is put them in the coffee and do the Tim Tam slam. Now let's have the slam taste.
I sort of
like half a cup.
I'd laugh at this point. I couldn't.
Yeah, I was like doing the Tim Tam slam you did, right? It was since you were a kid.
Pretty much true. 39-year-old me.
Rob.
I was 39.
I was like doing Tim Tam
44 now. No doubt me.
Take a 20-minute video, all the memories you have doing a kid doing that.
Oh.
To be a 20-minute video.
It passes the slam test.
Pretty much true.
And there's a big wave of the chili flavour in my mouth now.
Hey.
Oh, no.
The coffee I use is stuff like AeroPress coffee, like make it with an AeroPress.
That's your favourite coffee, Robert, I know that.
Gonna do much bearing, but I drank half it while preparing the video.
Actually, so I drank because I love hot food.
Like spicy food.
Yeah, usually I don't find it in a biscuit though. Chili, like, more of a bucket of. Yeah, the more you trim into it, the more chili you get.
Stop my words.
The more the chili comes.
It's not extremely spicy, so.
I mixed up
if
my
you're very
words.
sensitive to spice, I wouldn't eat it too much, but.
Yeah, try to get it more now because there's one side is French. I can't speak French. No one's English. Can't speak or read French. So I can't.
Okay.
But I can read the English part.
So anyway, So how do you rate it?
Me.
Probably about 8-ish and 8.5 out of 10.
I give it 7. I prefer the original Tim Tam, but that is a very good it's not bad either.
Yeah, it says honest exporting to the world.
Yeah. So it's not too bad.
You can read, Rob, but you need to
some of it's
contacts.
inside of the cup still. Anyway, so 7 from me, 8.5 from Roger. So anyway, until next time, it's goodbye from me.
Goodbye him.
Have a good life and see you next time. Cheers. Hello, Last Support Crew and Privateer.
Here we go. Good. That's a damn good review from you guys.
Now you want coffee, Mrs. Austin? It's sort of jumbled up my words part of the video. So I got lost in my head and that.
I thought that was just the switching from the one orientation to another, so I didn't even put that as you saying the same thing twice. I didn't, but no, we've seen Tim Tams in the store in the big town. I sent you guys a photo, so I can't. I'm like, sooner or later I'm gonna buy some for the kids. I'm like, I know, I worry that they're not gonna like them, and then I'm gonna be like, who do I give these to?
I'm pretty sure it's impossible for a kid not to like Tim Tam.
Right? You would think that.
So
and if I tell them that they get to have decaf coffee and
hey Lee, how are you?
They're going to be all even more happy about it.
He made coffee before we did the review, though. Rob did.
Yeah.
If you can remember now, he made the coffee before the review started.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to serve the Tim Tam same to a lot of people who live overseas.
Yeah. I don't know if my kids would do it in tea. I know they would definitely. They 2 of my kids already drink coffee. I'm like, get away. It's my turn first. Right, we bought maple waffle flavored coffee. We're saying bye to.
Because his second biggest audience after Australia is USA. Robert Five Life does.
Hey G, how are you? Lee,
Hi, first of all, audio. It's Australia, USA.
Get your G and Lee.
Great Britain.
Get your G and your Lee mixed up.
I think,
but yeah, I'm craving coffee now. Mine's super cold, and if I drink it, I'm really not going to bed. So I'm just staring at it. I'm like, damn, I want to drink. But yeah, we got some maple. Those we've talked about them before. They're like the waffle cookies, the thin waffle cookies. I don't remember what they're called. It's like a Dutch brand, I guess. I'm not sure. Probably not. I don't know. It's like a waffle cone cookie. Like it's just pressed waffle, and it's got like cream in the middle of it, and they're very thin. Something you would drink with tea and dip in coffee. I'll have to share it because I know that it's a brand, and I know that it does not come from here. And my sister's like, "Oh my gosh, I love this stuff!" And she found some gluten-free version, and sent me the gluten-free version. And she was like, "So when you open them, you're supposed to while your coffee is hot, you're supposed to put it on the top of the coffee in the package, like the package is made."
Yeah, I know a lot of European countries they have those strudel types.
Yes, similar. Yeah.
I remember there's a certain word for it. I'm trying to go through the words in my mind, but yeah, a lot of European countries have their really flat and their like waffles and
word. It's witzel or wetzel or something
type situation.
But yeah, that's the closest thing to like a Tim Tam type things that I've done, like coffee and snack. Obviously, other than like biscotti, like dipping, actual espresso style, barista style coffee drink. That of course we Americans stole from, the UK, that you're supposed to drink with tea and not like
the fact that the Aussies did as well.
Like the fact that people are like, "Oh my gosh, I love scones," and I was like, "That's not a scone." And they're like, "Yeah, it is."
Yeah, I was watching Food Insider on YouTube, and they go, and an American dude was like, eating scones, and
he's like, "I can't chew; it's really dry." I said, "Because that's a stale scone. What are you eating?" And he's like, "It's a scone." I'm like, "A scone is like a cake cookie
It's like, basically more of a. It's basically a vessel, really, because it's like you need. Normally, people don't eat them just plain. You normally put either butter or cream and jam, and obviously, and then some people put stuff in them like bacon and cheese and stuff in them, so they're like savory and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm having to explain to people like just because you go to Starbucks and buy something doesn't mean that that's what real coffee is. Or real baked goods that you're supposed to have at tea time. No.
Well, I was going to call them scones though, but I just went with your pronunciation.
Because again, we don't talk about it. Do you understand the very first tea party I ever went to? They made actual cucumber sandwiches. I don't mean the cucumber in it. I mean an actual cucumber. Like, what is that? They're like
stuff in between.
What is that?
Like a sushi roll, but cucumber.
Yeah, but with cucumbers. Yeah. I was like, what is wrong with you people? They're like, I'm like, you just said I'm gonna make this. You didn't look at a recipe. Like the recipe will tell you. Like, this is how you make this. No, it sounded good. I'm gonna do it this way. No, a lot of if you in America, I try to tell people that if you get like the Little Debbie coffee cake, the breakfast coffee cake, the donut like ones, I'm like, that's what a scone's supposed to say. Right? They go, oh, it's like a cake donut. Come on.
A scone is basically like American biscuits you have with gravy and stuff. They're fairly similar to them. Obviously,
but you have to understand what Americans consider a biscuit around here is a dry, covered in way too much flour and drink. You know, a scone to me is butter. Like it has to do with the way that it rises. American biscuits around here are like
you could probably eat
of nothing.
You could probably eat a scone by itself because it actually does have quite a nice flavor if they're done well. You know, it does have that slight sweetness, a little bit of buttery.
American biscuits around here, you gotta slather that in gravy.
If you have a cup of tea or something, it would probably go down not too bad by itself, but then you want to add more decadence and you want to, wow factor, put a bit of jam and cream and maybe a few sprinkles and
then a popover. What's a popover? Oh my gosh, you don't know what a popover is.
No. But
that's when the lady around the corner wants me to go over to give her a bit of fun time. That's a popover.
Okay, so a popover in America is a savory style pizza pocket, just made out with a pie dough, like not bread dough to us, which is biscuit dough to you. In the concept of what American biscuit is. A lot of people, I make yeast biscuits, and people are like, what the hell is that? I was like, you take the setting of making yeast bread and all the ingredients from a biscuit, American style biscuit, and you put them together and you let it rise, and it's basically traditional British biscuit, like bread biscuits, but we call them yeast biscuits. And I'm like trying to explain that to my friends, and they're like still shaking their head. And I was like, oh gosh, just dry ingredients, wet ingredients, put them together. Oh, yeah. I'm like, just watch British baking shows. They literally tell you ingredient wise, layer by layer, what it's supposed to look like, and that's how everyone mimics what it's supposed to look like. And they go, still don't understand. Oh,
Lee's comment there. I'll get it right one day.
Yes.
I'm
all for a raspberry
scone. Just butter, jam, cream on top. The correct filling for scones. Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna get into some politics now. This is bloody as bad as Australians with apple.
I would call
apple
an
bloody
bacon
potato scallops and potato cakes. And...
That's what I would call that. That's called Tuesday morning public school breakfast. It's what you would consider a savory scone. It's just pie filling or pie crust with breakfast inside of it, and then handed to you like a pizza pocket. You know, type thing. That's the closest thing to any American around here could call they've eaten something like a scone. And I'm like, that's not a scone. And they're like, oh. It just sucks. because we do miss out on a lot of preparation. Like we just skip over all that prep. You know, we want the bust open a little thingy and make our biscuits, what you would call bread, we call biscuits, and you know, we want to throw those in the oven, and we don't want to, you know, sit and make it. Making bread takes a lot of time, you know, a lot of elbow grease, and then don't get me started on having to make your own homemade butter to make said bread. You know, so
that's
you know,
why
a lot of.
That's why back in the day we had these giant women because they was churning butter and stuff, you know? Like the Incredible Hulk.
That Russian joke. I don't need. I need. You know. I'm like woman who takes on bear in force. Yes, definitely.
When you said about churning butter, I flash back to Weird Al Yankovic's Amish Paradise. You know, where he's churning butter. Sorry,
it's like a dollop this big, and that's it. He's like, and then she's over there, and it's like a pound. Frank just pops up and goes, "What? You want to be big Russian woman fighting off bears in woods?" He said it in the accent. Everything what he said. Oh, my nose is running. He went and messed with the wood. I do not want to change my name. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm like, I'm trying to be over here and be quiet, and I was being loud when we started talking about food. He woke up out of dead sleep to me talking about food.
Yeah, just waking up with biscuits.
You woke him.
Yeah, I'm talking about making biscuits because we haven't had. When we first got together, and I didn't know about my gluten allergy. I would make him homemade biscuits and gravy like all the time, like from scratch. And he was like, "Wait, you can make that from scratch?" Like he walked in, he's like, "Where did you get all this food?" like where the hell did you get all this food? I was like, "I made it." He's like, "You can like make this?" And I was like, "Yeah, from scratch." Holy crap! Like, I swear, within 3 months of us dating, that was the reason. Like, he's like, and in the eye of the storm, I'm gonna be making him biscuits and gravy, like tornado swirling. And I'm gonna be in the kitchen making biscuits and gravy.
Oh my God, gee, you've gone now over the 3-hour mark. It's time to wrap it up and go to TikTok.
No,
that's just not fair. I don't shut up
in the middle of a conversation.
So
I better just
my hour and a half of not shutting up. Technically, you haven't made it 3 hours yet.
Yeah, technically, we went a half an hour. We were just all talking amongst ourselves, waiting for Roger.
Well, actually, 3.5 hours. Yeah, Brad's just got home. He said he's been stuck on the motorway behind a turbine blade. When I had to go down the Port of Brisbane the other day, and there was a ship. Yeah. There was a ship unloading turbine blades or turbine blades being unloaded from a ship, along with their support pylons as well. And Brad said when he works afternoon shift, I think he gets stuck behind him when he's going home. So, they move them during the night. I've only seen them stored down there, and that's the first time I've actually seen a ship unloading. So,
okay.
Yeah, I'll throw that. I'll share that photo actually.
Okay.
Because it's pretty impressive, I must admit. So, share screen, to my screen, that one there. When you're ready, G, yeah. There it is there. So that's actually, I'm sitting in my truck and I'm taking that through the windscreen. I've zoomed in, obviously, and that's how they arrive on the ship. And, and then, beg your pardon?
That's impressive.
Yeah. And
so seeing how far away you are, how small the cars look, and
yeah. What actually caught my eye was I saw one moving along on a truck, and so obviously they take them off the ship, put them on a specific low loader, or set up so they can transport them on the road. And as Brad said there, it's an oversized load in terms of length. So they have escorts and coppers, and if he doesn't get past them, he gets stuck behind him when he's coming home from his shift from work.
I understand propriety and all that stuff, copyright, but what exactly is the material they're made from for them to be flopping around, as Brad said?
The turbine blades are made from various materials. I think they're mostly carbon fiber, but I could be wrong. I know there's been
that would make sense.
Yeah,
high speed spinning up in the air, chip off and fly off. Yeah, you'd want a big chunk over a little tiny one.
Yeah, there's been a big song and dance about them for a while there, because after a certain period of time they have to take them off, and they've been burying them in landfill. They've probably got some sort of resin and fiberglass in them or something like that. I'm sure all that information will be online, and like any product, some of the turbine blades are being reused for different applications, and some are starting to be recycled and used in concrete as filler or something like that. So, yeah, exactly,
our road's
Brad.
Crazy, and every time they build a bridge around here, or have to rebuild or maintain or maintenance the bridge around here, they have to bring up this machine that takes about 30 minutes to go around a 25-mile-an-hour turn, because it's got an inch, because it's so long, and I can imagine it's a crane, so similar to the one in the background there, about the length of probably one of those blades individually, and it took them about 30 minutes to get up and around this turn. Mind you, they've done it already 4 or 5 times within the last 5 years, but they have to, because they have to shift that weight. So I can only imagine how long it takes them to unload just one of those with even a hint of coastal wind blowing the wrong way. Probably very time consuming. So getting it there. Oh, that breaks my heart.
There's footage of 2 turbine workers that was stuck on the top when the fire started.
Yeah, that's from a few years ago now. That's really sad that sort of thing happened, and it's
similar to the dangers that you take on being an oil driller in the middle of the ocean. You're pretty, that's as isolated as you're possibly going to be at the very top of a turbine like that.
Yeah.
Just as much as you will be isolated in the ocean, it's obviously you're going to be there with more than 2 people in the middle of the ocean on one of those. But yeah, that is. And just to think, they're up there trying to make a difference. They're trying to make it better.
Yeah.
And that's the heartbreaking part.
Yeah, and unfortunately, our first responders and people who do their jobs in general are going to do them because they some of them,
about it, or
well, yeah, but I mean, there's, like most of us, we do our job because we have to, because that's how we get paid.
Yeah.
Some people do it because some people do their jobs because they love it, because they get, I there's days that my job frustrates me, but there's other days where I think I'm extremely lucky because I get to pretty well manage myself. I've got no one hanging over my shoulder watching what I do. As long as I do everything I have to, there's no problems. So, it's a work-life balance, and in any industrial situation, there are, well, just life in general, there are risks involved.
Yeah.
We take a risk. Yeah, we take a risk when we walk outside. We go down the shop. We don't know if somebody's going to walk into the shop and hold up that store, and go crazy. You're Miss Austin. You're probably at a higher risk of that sort of thing happening, not just because of I suppose, one, to do with the population you guys have got over there compared to us, but also
it's
now,
isolation.
Yeah, you're probably more fortunate, but all those illegal immigrants coming in, they're just walking across the border, and
me and my sister were just talking about this. I'm
Yeah.
on the opposite end of said border, but as much as like the cartel drug influence, it's all the way up to us. It's all here. There are I mean, we're in the middle of the woods where this is free range. You're allowed to do as legal, state regulated. We're allowed to grow for ourselves our cannabis. They're gonna exploit that, and they're gonna come up here and they're gonna do these big stupid outdoor. Who cares that you're in a national forest? Who cares that part of what you do is pulling away from natural resources that are supposed to be used to put out fires and to help not create fires. We have similar with the drug issue, the drug cartel issues that, down at the other end of California has, as well as, going into neighboring states further going towards the east. California is very much distraught in that sense. My sister lives in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and she travels all over San Francisco County into some of the communities that scare the shit out of me. My sister's like, oh no, I don't go there by myself and walk around, even drive around. Because I worry. My sister lives in a predominantly very upscale community, and it takes someone a hop, skip, and a jump in an SUV full of 10 people to pop right over to the town that she lives in. And as she's getting out of the car to go to Marshall's or TJ Maxx or Aldi's, because they have one, she's going to get robbed. That's why they have underground parking with security, and like you pay extra money so that you make sure your car doesn't get robbed, because you walk off from your car and you turn around and go, oh, I forgot something, and there's already someone rifling through your car. So that alone, immigrant or not, we Californians are hurting. People are scared. People are we got that big unemployment boost that is now, of course, it's that, here, take this. Oh, by the way, there's consequences. We're now dealing with those consequences, and those same people that were living on that large boost of unemployment are now out 5-figure discounting anything they can get their hands on. We mentioned that about Walmart, and just walking in and just taking whatever you want from some big giant corporation, because screw them and capitalism. I'm like, that's not helping. You're actually making prices rise for the rest of us. You're feeding into the system of capitalism is screwing us. So to me, it's not even just the immigrants coming in and taking jobs and or filling spaces or taking spaces. At this point, it's almost like a free for all for everyone. Everybody's grabbing. So that's what breaks my heart. That's what hurts me. But that's also why I don't want to have to depend on the government to feed me and clothe me and house me, and because you gotta kind of, I don't know. We're not too poor, but we're not rich enough, if that makes any sense. You know, where quote unquote middle class is being stretched so thin. You know, so I don't know. I've made threats to go to Mexico with my friends because there are people who are abandoning spaces in Mexico and you know, they'll actually pay me for my nursing degree in Mexico to go work at a hospital. They might the candy companies and the soda companies that are leaving the United States are going to Mexico. So if I want to, you know, I want to work in a warehouse job because it's similar to other countries. People want to come to America for the American dream because to them it's still thriving and alive when the rest of us are over here going, please stop, please no, it's a lie, stop listening, stop running towards the light. There's nothing good on the other side, you know. Just like most people are in most other countries, they're screaming the same thing. They're going, we're drowning. Yes, your economy will help us, but only come visit. Don't move here. Don't come put in roots because we can't afford to root ourselves and we're born and raised third generation, you know? And I think that it's kind of a drag. I have a lot of friends that are moving to Spain right now because there's more opportunities in Spain because they're building on their, they had, I don't know exact numbers, but I know that it was in the thousands. People just walk away and stop working on the olive fields. That's why olive oil is $30 for a gallon of olive oil, or sorry, 1.75 liters of olive oil, almost $30 American. Wow. When just 6 months ago it was 19. You know, because everybody went one bad olive season. Okay, we're gonna go find jobs and never went back. And now that the olive season is back, it's been 2 or 3 years and they're good to go and they don't got enough people to work. They have more people went, oh, I used to do that. I'm going to go on this oil field where I know they don't have enough workers. And I'm going to steal all of these olives and I'm going to go and I'm going to sell this olive oil for $50 a liter under the table because I can get it to certain areas where right now you can't get olive oil. And these people, that's what they live on. It's what they use to all of their cooking, all of their recipes. It's, you know, part of some people's part of their rituals, you know, spiritual rituals. You can't get a hold of it, you know? And again, that's capitalism, take, you know, supply and demand and turn it on its head and make a profit. And that's exactly what
capitalism is the best. May not be perfect, but it's the best. It's better than anything else.
If your favorite scotch went, oh, we ran out of our ingredients, we can't make that for 5 years, how much a pint of that scotch going to be worth? And 5 years when you haven't had it that long and it's your favorite, you're die hard, like everything from the ski cap you got on to the socks you wear are all branded in that scotch, you know? And that's, we Americans do that. We wear our favorite things. We like to be flashy about our favorite things. So
it's better than anything else. So, well, I mean, capitalism is better than anything else.
Instead of, hey, let's find something a little more sustainable. Let's find something that'll reproduce itself that isn't such a strain on the environment and, you know, the backs of the people out there picking it, out there manufacturing it, you know, growing it, you know, all of that. Yeah, all the people that I mean, I know my kids. I take them. I explain to them like, okay, this is the farm. This is what it costs to feed a cow. This is what it costs to take a cow to a butcher. This is how much you get out of the meat from all that money into that cow. This is how much you get back. And they're like, why don't we get it all? That's how you pay your butcher. Like, you got to pay your butcher in meat because you don't have the cash because you put it all in the food to feed your cow. And now you got to feed yourself. And my kids go, oh, so they...
I've got this idea. Seatbelts. Mark knew what I was on about.
Oh.
No.
Just one of G's crazy ideas.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. That's why I said what. I was like, wait, what?
I think that's don't overheat.
Oh, yeah,
while we're looking into AI, we need to look into the important stuff.
You know what though? I think that if somehow they made my seatbelt buckle out of bacon, I would eat my way out. By the time I got back in my car, that sucker would be done. I'd be eating my after work snack on the way home, like a bacon cover.
I have too.
I know a few bad apples, and I don't know about bad potatoes.
Oh, that vodka. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, gotta love the hand sanitizer crisis we had here, and how more than half of it, everyone started realizing that hand sanitizer in the United States can easily be made with the remnants of tequila, and how everyone was walking around smelling like tequila.
Yeah, well, yeah, most of them have alcohol in the sanitizer.
Oh, just how it would never go away. It wouldn't go away. It would not. The smell would not go away. I was like, oh my gosh. But I worked in a bar, so I know what rotting alcohol smells like. When you have a pour bucket that you have a catch bucket underneath your beer spout, and because a little drains out the gravity and physics and all that. A little bit will drain back out and sit, and so you have to flush your hoses. We would flush our hoses nightly, and just gross. So imagine all of that, just hand sanitizer all over your hands. It was just.
The man from Mars went to attend to the plants he doesn't have on his Mars garden. It was spaceman on Mars.
You guys have large sin tax? Is that why Jack Daniels would be $70? Or is Brad on the East Coast?
Yeah, they tax alcohol pretty bad over here. I mean, Roger would probably know more about it because he drinks it on a more regular basis. I'd stopped for quite a few years. But
what's that?
Since alcohol tax, since I stopped drinking and I started, like some of the beers that I used to drink we have a South Australian beer company, Coopers. They used to be fairly cheap quite a few years ago. Now it's more expensive than Heineken, which is an import.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty crazy how much it is when it's local. But
I think
they tax the hard liquor. They tax the pre-mixed drinks as well.
I don't think a lot of people realize how much a brick and mortar shop costs a mom and pop shop like that. Like to have a place where you can come sit and drink what they're making in the back. Like we here charge quite a bit of money for a consumption license, which is being able to have a bar, having consumption license.
Like a liquor license.
We charge quite a bit depending on location. So a lot of people are like, why don't you open up your establishment here? Like, dude, you realize it was 10 times more to open it there than it was over here, and we'll branch out. You guys are saying franchise, we'll franchise, I don't think a lot of people realize. I think a lot of people are like, oh, a bar would work great here. You should open one. And people are like, oh, sure. Like, no, it's a lot harder. There's again, the consumption. We're starting to open up cannabis consumption spaces around California, more of them. Okay, so is that everyone?
Yeah.
Like
Probably
in that region or in that
politicians.
country or in that state? That's, I don't know. I mean, does your alcohol tax go to something specific, do you know? Or is it like thrown into the community /state /funds and then redistributed?
Probably the politicians' pockets. Yeah, no, I mean,
I don't mean what actually happens. I mean, what's the concept of what's supposed to happen?
Yeah, like you'd hope it's going to like playgrounds and
education,
children and
roads,
the
things that it should
children in need and stuff. But
I think that if more people gave a cause for why they took taxes from people, I think we would be a little more compliant with paying taxes or giving taxes. I think that not just hey, this is where we're going to put it. I mean, literally where we're going to put it.
Yeah. What Brad's saying is what we was talking about before. There's a few companies that own a lot of, like, say some of the supermarkets, they own a lot of different stores.
Yeah. Around here, it's actually easier to run a liquor store than it is to sell products where you can buy food stamps. Like food stamps are government assistance. It's actually easier to open up a liquor store than it is to buy a food consumption place where you can spend food stamps. It's gross. To me, it's gross. You obviously can't buy alcohol with food stamps, but it is harder to open up an organic, holistic, like a shop like I would want to go to, gluten-free stuff.
They were saying for like welfare, they was going to bring in like a stamp system where you could only buy like groceries and a few things with it.
Yeah, that's what we have. Yeah.
Which I'm sure would cause a lot of issues for people, because it's like people with alcohol problems, they can't just go cold turkey as well. So if you're going to try to remove them from being able to buy it and they're on like benefits or whatever, then what the hell are they going to do? And then obviously people abuse the system, but then the system can be abused both sides. The people who are trying to provide that system, and then people that do the right thing and maybe might treat themselves to a drink now and again, but normally paying bills and whatever they have to do.
It should be on the honor system.
You can't punish. You can't punish everyone.
I can consume.
Yeah, well, that's it. And if people have issues, hopefully they sort it out. But don't make everyone else suffer from obviously people that abuse systems.
Hey, now I think that if you want to be an adult, if your adult coping mechanism is using alcohol, then you should go recycle. Like you should start recycling.
Well, the big thing here,
like if you're going to consume what they put in the bottle, you might as well give back in that sense. And you go sort recycling, we give you an allowance, you go buy your product, and then you come back the next day and you sort that recycling, you get them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess it's my quote unquote socialist understanding that if you want something, you should have to work for it, but it should have to benefit the whole community, not just yourself. It shouldn't be just, I'm doing this because I want to. You should do something to help others because you want to be selfish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I want to take that and spend it on what I want, but I got to give back before I do that.
Well, here now, or up here in Queensland anyway, we've got a recycling scheme in place where you can get 10 cents back on aluminium cans or soda cans or pop cans, as you call them. But now, just recently, they've introduced 10 cents, I think it's 10 cents, for wine bottles, where wine bottles never used to be.
The green or the brown.
Yeah.
They recently introduced it here too, New South Wales.
So,
do you know what that's because of?
What's that?
The chemicals that fruit naturally give off when fermenting. They can't. It doesn't matter how like non-porous you can state it is. If you leave fruit fermenting, even glass, plastic, metal, doesn't matter. It will dent and or cause fracturing, micro fracturing that you can't see because there are many explosions. Like it's chemical. It's like chemical warfare inside a wine bottle. That's why they're green. That's why they're made different colors. IPAs are made with a darker glass because it slows it, but it can't stop it. It can't prevent it. So all of those wine bottles can't be reused in that sense because they have to be pulverized down to nothing and then it costs more money basically to recycle them and make them out of nothing than to get brand new glass and form them, mass produce them, and then fill them. It takes, like, we had a bottling company in the small town I went to high school that if you brought in your bottles, that you could have them refilled, but you had to bring them in within a certain time frame. And if they were past that time frame, they would give you back your nickel, and then you would get a new bottle, buy a new 6-pack. They're like, oh, these are 14 days old. We can't refill them. You have to buy, here's your 50 cents off because they're not going to give you 30 cents because why would you go back in there? Like, okay, we'll give you $1 off your 6-pack. And so, guys, would go in there every 3 days for their 30 cents off, because 30 cents twice a week was cheaper than going to the store and paying an extra $4 to $5. So they were, and they implemented this, and they did it for a very, very, very long time until they proved you can't use it more than 10 days, and then it lowered, and then it was like, all right, guys, if you're not here if you buy Monday and you're not back by Friday, we can't take them. And so people were like in the parking lot downing the rest of their beer to be able to drop them. And they're like, that's not a good idea. We can't consume alcohol on the property. But then they started selling pizza, and then, they didn't need to recycle as much. So again, just like your hamburgers and concrete business, makes sense that a bunch of guys pouring concrete would want a hamburger. Might as well feed your own workers and everybody else take advantage of it. Like Costco, and they're, well, hey, these guys got to eat lunch. We might as well open a deli and sell it to everybody who comes through here. And I know more people that go to Costco to eat lunch than they do to go to Costco to shop. So, because it's the bulk and the price.
Pretty good for the price.
Yeah,
well, you can buy everything on a Costco pizza. You can walk into Costco and buy it all right there and go home and make your own, or have a wood, convenience
as well.
Those Costco pizzas are pretty big, aren't they? I've heard people feed whole families.
But again,
one slice is pretty much a meal, to be honest.
$3 to make a $10 pizza. Of course, I'm going to go, because it doesn't cost me $25 an hour to make those damn pizzas. You know what I mean? So I might as well walk in there and buy it for $10 when they're paying their worker, $15 to make 10 pizzas an hour. He's making his money. I don't have to, convenience. Like you said, I might have just. How many times you go to the store and buy everything for dinner and then grab
most
takeout?
People wouldn't have an oven anyway big enough to cook a pizza like that.
Experience was enough.
Oh yeah, we do it all the time. If we go shopping, right, especially in the evening, I'll pick up dinner on the way home. I'll get takeaway on the way home, or take out, whatever you want to call it. Because when I get home,
who wants to go shopping? Come home, put all that shit away, and then take it back out and cook again.
Exactly.
And you have to unpack and take all that time. It's at least you've got something like ready to go, where you can have your food and then go from there.
Yeah.
I think that's what I love about the idea of going to Aldi's, is to see all of those similar to like Costco ready-made, packaged, here you go meals, and all those, because I see them at like. Where's that other place we went to? Fred Meyer's is a large chain store here, right? Those are, we call them movie pizzas or game night pizzas, or like team pizzas. Like that's a perfect place.
It's great if you have a family. A couple of times I've had it with another person, and there's always leftovers. If there's only a couple of you.
I don't think anyone raves enough about their hot dogs, because they're all beef, they're kosher. Love it. 3 ingredients in those damn hot dogs.
Really? Okay.
So,
there is, so there's a Costco. We haven't been to it, but it's 15-minute drive away from us. Maybe 20 minutes at the most.
Mark,
the deli in the back makes the homemade sauerkraut.
A yearly card, like you pay for a yearly.
Membership.
Friends go there and they've offered, but
obviously
Costco is subsidising their food through the, what they sell in their large items. I mean,
the bulk. Something they don't tell you though is if you walk in and you ask for a trial membership, you pay $15 and you have 30 days to shop there. Me and my friends used to go, because at that point and at that time they didn't care. One person can have a membership and you can run that card as many times as you want to. So I would pay the $15 and me and my friends would go in a van and we would do Christmas shopping and bulk shopping for the year in that 30 days and then pay $15 and understand that they're getting back every Kirkland brand you buy is through Costco. There's another brand that also is owned by Costco. If you go in there and you buy those, you get a certain percentage back. and they guarantee that buying a yearly membership at the lowest amount, you'll get back 60%. So you'll owe, out of the 55 American dollars it costs us to do it, I'll maybe have to pay $20 to re-up it the next year.
Really,
if you go up to the
people that would
account,
benefit are people that are big families, because how you were saying you could break down and make like the hot dog, is you can only normally get big, like everything's bulk. So say a bag of rolls is going to probably be 12 or more.
Imagine how much
rolls.
A beef
If you just have a couple of people,
hot dog costs.
you're going to eat all of them.
You're talking a 6-pack or 8-pack of beef style hot dogs for me is $10 American dollars for 8 hot dogs. So I go to Costco and I buy their 36 bulk box of these hot dogs for $20, $30 top. I go host a barbecue, sell them for $1 a piece, $1.50 like Costco does, and make back $50 on my $30, you know? So if I'm running a snack shack that's through a community program and all the proceeds and the money are coming from donations, I'm gonna go to that bulk shop. I'm gonna get as much as I can, so those donations, I can cap them at $5, $6. People feel like they're donating enough and or getting enough, you know, bartering back and forth. A lot of places like that won't do that. You'll go pay $10 for a, you know, similar to a horrible, poor experience Mr. G himself has had with McDonald's burger, and be like, why the hell did I pay $10 for this damn thing when you can have a grilled, stacked high with all the fixings for $10 at some, you know, little kids baseball game, you know? And that's how we here in Abcam take advantage of Costco. You know, we go and go.
I mean, I know I can make a pretty damn good burger, but you know, just go to these places and it's out of convenience. Like sometimes you out and about and just don't want to come home and do that stuff. Then it's there, and you probably feel like it in the mood for it while you see it. Not when you come home, you probably make a different decision.
And that's why they do. That's why they put that cafe. They put their food right as you're playing, so that as you're standing in line waiting for the person in front of you with 4 carts, or the flat, you know. The big
like the cafe is normally where when you're coming out of the checkout, so it's kind of there just as you're leaving out of convenience. You've got a lot of shopping. You can grab a snack or whatever.
Costco is the only place where you don't have those little incentives right there in front of the register. You don't see a lot of those because the food is right in front of you. Like they want you to walk over and get that food. You know, they want you to go over and get
stuff.
Their
they know how to sell stuff.
You know.
And even colors and stuff come into
for a soda? Heck yeah, I'm gonna go over there and buy a soda. Heck yeah, I'm gonna sit here and eat my $1.50 hot dog with my 50-cent soda, and I'm gonna fill that soda up 3 times. You know, because
I don't know if it still is, but it used to be $2 in Costco's to get a hot dog, and they give you a cup and it's self-service to get a Pepsi Max, and a couple of others, so it was a bargain.
Also,
it's actually pretty decent hot dog.
Little chicken broccoli,
chicken bake,
like a hot pocket thing. Yeah. Oh, those ones get me too. Yeah, we used to go to Costco a lot as a kid.
I used to go a bit because I was with someone that had a membership, but haven't gone for quite some time.
Now back in the day, you didn't even have to have a membership to walk in and buy food. Like you could just tell them I'm going to the deli, and they go, okay. You walk right over there, get in line, because you don't need they don't scan your card to buy food. The very first Costco in Central California, Ryan and his dad used to go to all the time, and my dad used to try to take me there before they shut down and they closed. They were the only eatery that was on the outside of the building, so the line would go. I mean, imagine a Costco parking lot. The line would go all the way down the side of the building. And they would, stay there for a good 6 hours straight. Yeah. And you're talking
like really you deserve it.
You
deserve it if you're buying the card, because otherwise, everyone's going to want a cheap deal, and it's just going to cause havoc.
Now they do. Now they're like, where's your card? And I'm like, oh, hold on, I'll go get one. Just so you can go to the cafe. Yeah. But before, they didn't, like I said, they didn't really care, because you're talking, you live in the town where the Costco is. You're not going to go there every day. You're not going to go regular shopping at Costco. You know, unless you
Yeah.
work at a restaurant or you run a snack club. You
Yeah,
know, for
most of the time, it's one of those things. It's like if it's brand new, people are going to all rush to try it, and it's cheap. But yeah, after a while, it will balance out, and people aren't going to be, once they've got their feel, they're not going to be just, doing
I
it all the
truly believe
time.
the one that had the outdoor one capitalized on the fact that they were right across the road from a race car track. So imagine all of those people walking just right across the parking lot and getting in line and buying, because this one is all stone. They didn't even, I don't even think they had many options for food, pretzel, hot dog, popcorn, beer. That was what we Americans find as pastime race food. So popping over to Costco's and buying big giant boxes of pizza and walking over there and feeding, your whole group of people who are here for 4 or 5 hours watching races, and it made sense to them.
Yeah,
but I also think that
if
Costco owned a bit of the race.
people were chipping in, if people were chipping in, you'd get a bargain.
Heck yeah. Yeah, they have signs now that if you walk in and try to order more than 10 pizzas at a time, like you have to call in an hour in advance.
Yeah,
because people will walk in and order 20 pizzas.
People always abuse the system, and they don't have the capacity really to smash out that many pizzas quickly, because obviously other people are going to be ordering, and then that one person wants their 20 pizzas, and they only have like a couple of ovens going.
How long someone's been standing in line waiting for a stupid piece of pizza? Just one. They don't want a whole pizza. Yeah. But watch someone walk in there and grab 20 pizzas. Yeah, they put up big old signs like, these people called in an hour ago. Yes, we knew they were coming. Yes, yes, their pizzas are hot, but they also have like 3 ovens going and 10 pizzas an hour, so it wasn't too hard for them to do it there. But they do, though. There's some Costco's that you walk in there and be like, I want 20 pizzas. And like, you need to go to the one on the other side of town, because we don't do that. Like, we're not equipped for that. But now you can order from Costco online and have it shipped to your house. Like, they didn't have that before. And I can use my food stamps there to purchase bulk items. So, and they didn't have that before either. The first time I heard about that, I was like, heck yeah, we're going. Because I need, when it comes to meat, when it came to vegetables, one of my kids can eat a full giant avocado 3 times a day. That's their protein that they eat with their meals. So when you're paying $5 American for one stinking avocado, and I don't mean a giant one.
How much is it?
A regular size avocado.
How much
right
is
now,
that?
Avocados, 2 for $5 right now. And I mean, they're medium size.
We probably get that about here. But then, your money, that's pretty bad from your side.
Yeah. Well, being that the majority of avocados aren't actually grown on the central, I don't think we grow as many avocados as you would think. Yeah. I believe the majority of our avocados come from Mexico. So we don't have, our weather fluctuates so weird around here, avocados would easily die. And a lot of people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, they're like a banana. Like, they have to have that base temperature. It has to be within a normal range. And California does not have normal range weather anywhere. Not right now. Definitely not right now. So they just, and again, that's nomad life. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to keep the same fruiting plants, yet nomad, like you have a spot here and you have a spot there. And when it's not growing here, you go over there because it's growing there. And has the pineapple manufacturing agricultural differed?
Have an apple.
Like, obviously, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't really much pay attention to pineapples as stereotypical as they are Hawaiian.
Yeah, I'd say Mexico has a lot of avocados. Just, the amount of guac they would be making, you'd hope they'd have a good.
Well, they grow agave. They grow shit ton of agave. Why are we not growing pineapples in Mexico? If agave grows, agave and pineapple are like the same damn fruit. It's fruit. It's like sugar fruit, and it's grown in a bundle, and it's covered in it is dry yet moist.
A lot of times countries don't like to grow really stuff that's outside their climate and stuff, or outside their culture even.
Oh, I don't believe that in America anymore, not at all. I believe if a state could capitalize on something that is not culturally theirs, they would in a heartbeat. Just because, like I said, we're all struggling. And if pineapples were cheaper in some parts of America, I'm sure more people would eat pineapples. Same thing with avocados. I know a lot of people are like, it's not worth it. Like, to fall in love and need avocados on everything you eat or want avocados all day, it's so not worth it. An avocado tree takes like 15 years to grow an avocado. So, yeah. But I do know people that will live around here in the woods that have banana trees in their house. And like grow mini, itty bitty sized bananas because they're a small tree, but they get bananas, 6 or 7 months out of the year growing out of their own house.
That would be cool. I've had a lot of different fruit off a tree that, just turned, the bananas are almost ready.
Yeah. Cool. I remember watching people grow aloe, like fields of it, because they were like, oh yeah, it's edible, and same thing with cactus, like this is the new trend and people are going to start doing this more often. And yes, I grew up in a very migrant town, with migrant workers. So we did, they grew a lot of cactus, they grew a lot of aloe. They took the gel, me and my dad would get the the gel with a little bit of meat left on them, and we would use those for sunburns and burns. Like, most Hawaiians use aloe for holistic things. We didn't ever eat them. I'd never in my right mind did I think, hey, let's go prep some cactus and eat cactus. Apparently I've eaten it a bunch of times, just never realized it was cactus. Thought it was some kind of squash. Again, apparently that's what a cactus is, some type of squash. But no, like, I don't necessarily think it. And again, when you dress it up and put seasonings on it and add it to other meals, like, I never really noticed what it was that I was eating, but I was around a whole lot of Latinx, Spanish descent, straight from Mexico, and apparently it's a huge part of their cuisine. Would have never thought that. Definitely not so much ignorant in a sense, but I look at a cactus and don't think of it as being like, cactus food is apparently amazing. And I'm like, no, it's going to poke the shit out of me and it hurts. Why the hell would I want to eat that thing?
I think it just goes back into, when humans are in a lot different, stage of evolution or whatever. We'd try most stuff.
Like baby sticking shit in our mouth and realizing it's gross. Yeah.
I think these days only the Asian countries eat everything.
Oh yeah. I think that as a parent, that was the funniest part was, like how you have to wait to a certain age to be able to feed your kids something, and to even see if they like it. Like, that was funny. That was definitely funny. Waiting to see if my kids like honey, which Roger's story about Bravo and the honey, was pretty priceless.
Who's
Bravo 5 Live and how you gave him honey.
James South. Who let the dog out? I don't know.
That must be on your other channel. I'm like, that must be on your other channel.
Yeah, he's on Facebook. On Hypersapien Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't know. You probably have to ask someone in your house. I don't know. I'm not peeking through your blinders.
Oh, it could be Mark, right? Sorry.
What's that?
Brad, you're 100% right. I'm not paying attention to the chat because it's not up here. I need to shut this so I can see.
Yeah, I reckon he's referring to, because when I said I was letting the dog out, and it would have that comment would have went to all the social media, so it would have been on Facebook as a comment. That's what he would be talking about.
Maybe.
So how are you there, old Roger? You hanging in there?
Yeah.
I'm here,
What's
the
on
voice.
The drink? Oh no. Looks like a little orb.
Oh, it's on Facebook.
Like little,
who's linked to Facebook?
The way his avatar. No. Yeah, he's
Are
on
you
Facebook.
linked to Facebook, G?
Yeah, he's on Facebook, and he would be referring to when I messaged letting the dog out. So he's who let the dog out?
Oh, that's funny.
Because
that's what you're talking about. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, you said be right back. That's what you meant. You were letting the dog.
Yeah, my comment would have been posted on Facebook.
Oh, I should turn my camera off because I'm stretching. Sorry, I look awkward. I'm just gonna lay down for a second. My back.
Brad used to pick pineapples up in Caboolture, so and that's what we grow around here. There's a lot of pineapples.
Yeah, we're talking about how agave is similar to pineapple.
You put in all those Aussie burgers.
That's it.
Ham and pineapple pizzas.
And he's mostly apples and freaking cherries around him.
Oh, I bet there's
love it
gotta
up
be
your
some
way.
kind
That
of world
Mark,
record.
he loves his pineapple.
There's got to be some kind of world record in Queensland about the largest pineapple pizza. There has to be. Someone has to have attempted that.
Yeah, I don't know. No. I'm sure somebody's done it somewhere.
Oh, Jesus. So I tried to be cool like Mr. Solvy's there, and I took a 15-minute walk the other day from my doctor appointment down to Ryan's work. And by the time I got down to Ryan's work, I could not feel my foot or my leg on my left side. So the narrowing and the spurs in my hip. Though my doctor says they're normal, they're normal for someone with arthritis. And I went, yay. So, yeah, I'm just having to stretch a lot more. And although I've been working on my posture, I showed you guys that video of like how to sit and to feel like you're sitting in better posture. Similar to Mark and his yoga sit / nap time mantra that he gets into with his bent knees and all. And I was sitting like that at the doctor's the other day, and the nurse went to go take my blood pressure, and she's like tapping my knee, and I'm looking at her like, why are you tapping my leg? She's like, put your legs down. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, sorry, I sit like that a lot, trying to relieve the pressure on my hips. But yeah, that walk, I was about to pass out. Ryan had to come out and give me the keys so I could sit down in the car because it was pretty bad. I had to relax my hip, and yeah, this Ryan says over here laying down, you're getting old.
We're all getting old.
I'm like, I might be getting old. I'm just definitely not maturing faster than I'm getting older. That's the answer. My maturity level, he says lies. My maturity level is not as old as I am, I promise.
So
you are 80 years old, mister. You need to stop talking smack over there on the other side of the room.
That's why I turned the camera off before. I had to go and have a bit of a nap.
I was like yawning, and I was like, oh.
I was just listening to you guys in the background and drifting off to sleep.
Well, I can imagine G would put me on front like while I'm laying like this.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
When Mr. Lee in the chat said the first thing he saw in costume were coffins, so I'm like, no, it looks like I'm here. I'll just do that. You know, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep in my coffin. The beanbag idea was great, but not.
What do you reckon? Get to the 4-hour mark and head off.
I think so. Yeah.
Looks
totally up to you, G. You're the boss.
But yeah, you are the boss, G.
All right,
but
then.
Yeah, I was going to call it at 4 hours anyway.
Yeah, no worries.
You give it 3-4 hours.
I never plan to be here more than an hour, and I always am.
get your TikTok words out before we head off, and before I head off over. Start grunting at screens.
I was actually going to go live this afternoon, but then I didn't. I didn't. I actually haven't felt the best all day today. Just one of those days. And I had to duck off earlier before because I had to help my wife. She was being sick, unfortunately, and
sorry to hear.
Yeah, no, it's all right. She's all right. It came on suddenly, so or it came out suddenly, I should say. So I won't go any further.
Is it
that
sore throat, drainage, sinus, stomach flu thing going around?
No.
Okay.
No. Sometimes bit like a little bit like yourself, Miss Austin. My wife suffers from anxiety, and we have got a lot going on here at home at the moment, and sometimes she's just relaxing on the bed, and suddenly, she is running to the bathroom, and it's certainly not pleasant, that's for sure. Bless you. Yeah. But
I felt my heart stop and my soul leave my body there for a second. Holy shit, that was a bit. Whoa. Sorry. Wow.
That's all right. I'm laughing.
When I haven't.
I'm laughing because you've just described it, and you almost had a bit of a southern accent there,
Yeah.
About
my grandma used to say, "Dear baby Jesus, take me now," every time she'd sneeze that much.
Yeah, right.
She said it would feel like her heart stopped and all the air just sucked right out of her body. But I know exactly how that feels. That anxiety when your stomach just finally unturns and all them knots, and it just or that panic attack feeling where it feels like all the air just got sucked out of the damn room. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a bit stressful here for both of us, actually, and just with everything that's going on, because it's one of those things. Something that's new to you or something you haven't done before is stressful, or it takes longer to do. The other thing I do like to do is keep a nice tidy yard, and that's been difficult to do lately with all the rain we've had. Not a lot of rain. It's been on and off.
How the concrete's been, because I know how concrete is with water and heat and water and heat and water and heat.
Yeah,
and after
it's actually
putting all that preparation into setting it and then watching it sag with the rain and the heat, and there's nothing you could do about it but wait till it's done and then fix it. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, no.
Definitely.
The concrete's been fine. The concreters did a really good job. It's so come this Monday, the new shed kit arrives. It comes in a kit, and so then we have to wait for an installer to come and install it. That's part of the contract. The other thing we're dealing with is the old shed. That's been a bit stressful because the person we had didn't do what he said he was going to do, and caused problems for not just us, but So and we found out something the other day. The salesperson that we purchased the shed off through the company that she works for, she dropped in the other day to drop off a part because she goes past our place or near our place anyway. And she said, "Oh yeah, he phoned the other day and said, am I putting this shed up, at this place?" And she just turned around and said, "No, the customer doesn't want you there." So, and I think part of the conversation was, oh, do I have a bad name with the, he was asking the question, and it's like, oh my God, dude, are you that dumb? you know, to just, yeah. So anyway, but hey, look, it'll all be over soon. The other thing is my wife's daughter is getting married, and you know that my wife's.
Enough said with the stress level. Yeah, you should have started with that. I would have totally understood. Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Austin. Thank you.
Totally understand that.
Yeah.
My sister planned her own wedding. So yeah, no. She's calling me on a constant basis, like, I want to murder someone today. And I went, okay, let's talk this. I'm going to talk you off the ledge, sister. Let's talk you off the ledge. So
and it almost, it almost seems that the bridesmaids are not doing anything except whinging. You know, it's just like, seriously.
Isn't that their job?
No.
Is that what they're for?
The bridesmen and bridesmaids are supposed to. They're supposed to help the bride and the groom, you know, get ready and all that.
Yeah, I gave my bridesmaids 3 weeks to contact me back, and then I canceled my whole wedding and got married by myself. Me and Ryan walked out in the middle of nowhere and got married by ourselves. I told everybody 8 days before our wedding, don't come. And they're like, why?
Another thing that
don't come. This is not about you. It's about me. It's about him. Don't come. You don't need to be here. Yeah.
Another thing that Mark is stressed out about, isn't he having a naked vlogger gonna go and see him soon?
No, well, that's been and gone. That's been and gone. He didn't show up.
It was actually supposed to be this weekend. Not gonna try and bring it up.
No, you didn't. You didn't say.
He was actually supposed to be there yesterday. Yeah.
Didn't see him with a GPS and some binoculars, walking up and down.
No, I didn't see. GPS. I didn't see a yellow go-kart anywhere.
Behind him, someone would tell him where to go.
Oh man!
Oh, you got to laugh, haven't you?
Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah. Hopefully, you know, all the best of this week.
We're over 4 hours.
Hopefully, some of that stress starts easing.
Thank you, G. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for listening to my woes.
Okay, does anyone have anything else to say?
Roger? Talk for an hour and a half.
Actually, subscribe to these 3 legends here.
No, come on.
Mrs. Austin's husband.
Subscribe to
Mark,
these and G and
Pumpkin,
Roger and whoever.
Mrs. Austin's husband.
I'm not here.
And Mark, G, and my brother, Robbo Farfar.
Hey, look, as long as we can walk away and have a laugh and you know, not take life too seriously, then it's all good.
I'm telling you, I love you guys for the fact that I can come on here and just talk nonsense. And almost every week I come up here, like we end up communicating about something I just talked about with someone throughout the week. So as much as everyone goes, oh, that chick knows a lot of people, or she has a lot of things to say, you have no idea how many hours I spoke about astral projection this week and worried about people getting robbed in horrible spaces in California and pineapples and avocados. You don't know. You have no idea how many times this could come up in conversation. So it really is a crazy life I live and a web I weave, but every bit of it, it does. I love it because you guys bring it up. And then I don't shut up for 30 minutes about it. So, how many times did I reference something Mark sent me this week that I watched? How many times did I reference, oh yeah, Roger talked about this last time? It really does. As crazy as it sounds, this is not, none of this is scripted. This is very much off the cuff. I really only ever plan to be here for an hour, I promise.
Well, this is the only live stream you can come to and watch people fall asleep.
Yeah, that's the
fall asleep and laugh at them.
Yeah, people watch
you don't have to worry about G running off the TikTok and making noises.
Yeah, that's it. Grunting at screens. All right then.
Hey,
there we go.
You could be doing
maybe not.
You could be doing rap music to put us all to sleep too, G. We learned that tonight. You can give us a little ditty that helps us just snooze right off. So
I'll just say I didn't start the fire.
Yeah, they called me the Sandman. I'd put everyone to sleep. There you go, everyone. That was Update with G, with Mark, Roger, and Mrs.